holidays. I mean, those people know how to holiday. I forgot which one it was.
Okay, we got everybody here.
Yeah, you got it. That's wrong. They're separate. There's a huge physical barrier of that bridge. No, I don't know.
Are we ready? Okay, thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. And next thing on the, did you have anything following the city manager's report? Mr. Zanoni, did you have anything after the?
No, that was it, Mayor. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of December 10 and December 17.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Anyone have any corrections, additions, deletions, modifications, anything? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, boards and committee appointments, we've got Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation has one vacancy, Ethics Commission has one vacancy, Library Board has six vacancies, six vacancies, 4 reappointments and 2 vacants, right?
Yes, sir.
Sister City has 3 vacancies, and Watershore Advisory has 6 with 4 reappointments and 2 vacancies.
That's
So, I guess we'll just, Corpus Christi Regional Economic, they're
Yes, sir. There's
tab
one-
4.
There's one vacancy on the EDC board,
Excuse me?
the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation
Okay.
Board. And for the record, Margaret Deckent, one of the applicants, she has withdrawn her name from consideration. So just so y'all know that before we get started.
Okay,
There's one individual who is seeking reappointment, and that is Chad McGill.
okay. All right, entertain nominations to fill the vacancy or for reappointment of Mr. McGill.
Motion to reappoint.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to reappoint. Any discussion? Any other appointments? And there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Ethics Commission,
Yes,
one.
sir. One vacancy, and please note, members are appointed by 2/3 vote of the full council, which is 6 votes.
We have, and that person resigned,
Yes, sir.
Rick Milby resigned,
Correct.
so we have a vacancy. We have
That's right.
four people. Any nominations?
I'd like to nominate,
Well, all right, is there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Ed Bennett.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, there's
Bendette-
similar
Bennett,
names, but
okay.
2. Yeah, that kind of caught me a little bit.
okay. Any other nominations? All right, hearing none, then nominations cease.
Where do you want to start, Mayor? Yes, sir.
Sure.
On the Ethics Commission, when we appointed everyone before, was the process individual?
How
Like
do we-
individual representatives from the council for the Ethics
No,
Commission?
sir, not on ethics. No, it's
We all-
always,
okay.
yeah.
All righty.
Okay, David Bendette and Ed Bennett.
Correct. That's
Okay.
right.
Um,
David, yeah, Bendette.
Well, we'll start down here, Ms. Wardo, we'll work way this way, and then we'll work our way back some other place. Ms. Wardo?
David Bendette.
David Bendette.
David Bendette.
David Bennett.
Woe be to me to break the chain, Bendette.
Bendette.
Been dead.
Ed.
Okay,
Okay.
so Mr. Bendet is appointed, David
Alright.
Bendet.
All right, the next is the library board. We got four,
With 6
Seek-
vacancies, but we're recommending the postponement of 2 of them, regular members for further recruitment.
Move to reappoint.
Second.
Okay, so reappoint Carol, Hart, and Natali and Rogers. Okay, and there was a second also?
Yes.
there is a second on that?
Yes, sir, it was, Mr. Molina made the motion and Mr. Garza seconded.
All right, that's for reappointment.
Yes, sir, of the 4 individuals.
Okay, all in favor of that, say aye. All opposed? And then you're pulling the other 2 for additional people
Yeah,
to
just
apply?
we need more recruitment, yeah, just some more
You mean
names
they
for
just
that.
weren't knocking the door down to?
Not after Christmas, no.
Oh, I see,
uh-uh.
okay. The next then would be the library, the Sister City Committee. We got 3 vacancies on that one.
Yes, sir.
And if I recall, we got 3 applicants.
Move to appoint the 3 applicants to the 3 vacancies.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
You.
All right, and then Water Shore and Beach Advisory Committee, you got 4 reappointments and 2, well, there's 6 vacancies. 4
Right.
for reappointment and 2 vacancies.
That's right. So if we want to take the reappointments first, we could look at Meredith Darden, Daniel Mazak, Mukesh Subadi, and Philippe Tissot. Boy, those are all
Move to
good names.
reappoint.
So move to reappoint? And there was the second by Ms. Wahardo to reappoint those individuals.
All right, the 4 reappointments, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And we have 2, we have 1 resigned and 1 that has met the 6-year term.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Cliff's, he's termed out.
Yep.
Well, that's gonna be a loss for the committee. He's done a good job.
Yeah, he's a good leader.
All right, any nominations for the 2 vacancies?
I'd like to nominate Harrison McNeil.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Ford.
I'd like to nominate Chris Stevenson.
Okay, anybody else? All right, we got 3 names and 2 spots, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, you will start this in time, Gil?
Do you want to have everybody do 2 or 1? One name.
I'd go for 2, just,
Yeah,
and
you want to do 2?
if
Since there's
it
2
gets split up,
slots.
we'll take the top 2 or whatever.
Okay,
All right, you want to start down there, Gil?
Stevenson.
just 1? Okay.
I'll vote for him twice.
I vote for McNeil and Dr. Ford.
McNeil and Ford?
McNeil and Ford.
Like this was coordinated ahead of
Oh, McNeil and Ford, I guess.
McNeil and Ford.
All right,
Okay, so Ford and McNeil are appointed.
all right.
Thank
and
you
that-
very much, Council.
That takes care of our board and
Was
committee
there
appointments.
like a pre-meeting on this or something?
Okay, item, all right, we got item number 5, 1 reading ordinance on designation of Martin Luther King holiday. Mr. Zanoni, you want to,
Well, sir, oh,
or who wants to,
do you want to do the consent agenda first, or are you just going to pull that one?
well, that's not in the consent, yeah, it
Yes,
is.
it is, sir. It's on consent.
No, I think we need to talk about this one. And
Okay,
there's
so
2 or
pull
3 others
5.
in there that we need to talk about.
Okay.
So,
Which ones are we pulling?
well, then if you're gonna pull, then pull, well, go through there and see what we're pulling first. So anybody want any on this consent agenda, and those are items 5 through 41. So, which is a huge agenda, but that's okay. 5 through 41.
Mayor, I'm going to abstain from item number 33.
All right, well, Ms. Wirt, to keep us straight on that one
Yes,
now.
sir.
All right, anybody have any from 5 through 41 they want to pull?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to pull 31 and 32 And I guess we're pulling 33 as well.
31, 32, and 33. Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
31, 32, and 33. Okay.
Number 16.
16. Okay. Anybody else? And 5, we're pulling 5, is that?
Yes.
And 5. Okay, anybody else? I would like to, sometimes we ask about whether our grants people are doing any, are being successful, and, I mean, it's amazing here, the way I've got it added up, we've got, $667,000 worth of grants that I didn't want to just overlook because it's on a consent agenda there, 200 on number, I'm not pulling them, I just want to recognize the people that are writing them, and I'm not sure they're coming all out of the same department, but our grants department is being pretty successful right now, it looks like to me. I mean, 282,000 on item 10, 333,000 on item 11, 33,000 on item 12, and then another one over here, 48,000 on item 14. So that's a pretty substantial, almost $700,000. So that's good. Yes, ma'am.
Quick question, so you're saying grants department?
Well, the
How
grants
does-
people. I mean, I don't know. We
I
got a
know, but
department. but-
I'd like some clarity on how that works, because I know in the past, we've talked about grant writers.
Yeah.
And certain departments, you know, being able to,
Right,
to
yeah.
apply for grants and that type of thing.
Yeah, each
So
department that applies for grants has their own writer within the department.
a
and so
grant writer, or a
they-
person who can write a grant?
The latter, yeah, person who can write grants. They may do fiscal operations for the department as well.
Do we share these people amongst departments that may
No, we
need?
don't.
No?
They pretty much stay within their department, but they work across organizational lines, you know, to peer review things from time to time. Tammy Embry, our IGR, also kind of serves as a citywide liaison when it comes to grants. So we don't have a grants office per se, but each department, especially those that have a lot of grant opportunities, may have even more than one person focused on writing grants, and but then monitoring and implementing the grant proceeds.
Okay.
Yeah,
They're doing a good job. I was impressed reading through there. I mean,
Yeah.
That's
it's
That's a
right.
hunk of money for that. All right, so we're pulling items 5, make sure I got this right, Ms. Huerta. Items 5, 16, 31, 32, 33.
Yeah, that's all I show, Mayor. At the-
Okay, for some reason, let me see here why I've got this. Oh, on the 39, just so people can, we can have some explanation on that one. Nothing I'm opposed to, but I think the public needs to know we're moving forward on that.
31, 32, and 33. He mentioned it.
He said
Yeah,
it.
and then 39. And that 41 is the end of the,
Consent agenda.
Consent.
That's right, Mayor.
let's pull that 41.
I think so too. yeah.
Okay, then,
Also, if the public wants to pull anything, Mayor.
all right, yeah, is there anybody in the public want to pull any items that have not been pulled? If not, we're gonna consider all of them here in one motion. You know the ones we pulled? Everybody knows the ones we pulled? Want to read that list again? No? All right, then we'll be voting on items 6, 7 through 13, through 15, and then 17, 19 through 24, 29,
18.
30, and then 34. through 38, and 40 and 40. Is there a motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed? Okay, now we'll go back to item number 5. Who's gonna make that presentation?
Rosa, do you have a presentation, Rosa? Or- Okay. Okay. Okay, we don't have a staff presentation per se, but let me just overview the item for you, if you don't mind. So this item is to consider the observance of a Martin Luther King Jr. Day as an official city holiday. And this is on the agenda at the request of 4 council members. Councilwoman Guajardo authored a 4-signature memo that placed it on the agenda. Signatories also included Councilman Roy, Molina, and Barrera. And just as some background for you, the Martin Luther King holiday is a national holiday. It's a federal holiday that actually Ronald Reagan first put into place in the late 80s. And so it's observed as a federal holiday. It's also observed as a state holiday. The state of Texas observes this as a state holiday. We looked at the 7 largest cities above Corpus Christi, and each one of those cities recognizes this as an official city holiday and is closed. And then when we look at Nueces County, Nueces County observes it and is closed. All the school districts within the county observe it as a holiday and they are closed. Other entities are closed, including the Port of Corpus Christi, and then many of the private institutions, such as banks, observe this as a holiday and they're closed on that day. We also analyzed number of holidays, and Corpus Christi today has 7 holidays for its city employees, meaning businesses closed that day. When we looked at those 7 largest Texas cities, there's an average of 10 holidays across those largest cities, so we're below our peer city group in Texas. And then when you look at the private sector, recently we found information that in the private sector there's 8 paid holidays, so we're even below the private sector recognizing 7 holidays. We did provide for the council the cost for recognizing the holiday. There's 2 costs. The first is that to pay people overtime, there'll be, even if it is a holiday and we're closed, essential staff still needs to work. That includes police officers and firefighters, and our solid waste crews would work this year, and our utilities crews. And so to pay them time and a half on that day, it would cost just under $200,000, about $198,000 is what we calculated. And then we were asked the question, what is the overall cost, though, for all employees? So basically that question is, what is the average payroll cost then for the city for one day? And that does include benefits, the number I'm going to give you, to include health care and retirement and so on. And so that total cost for a day of wages, benefits, and overtime is just over $1 million, 1.1 million. So the 1.1 million is budgeted with the exception of that incremental cost for the overtime, which is that 198,000. And so we did provide the council an option of how we could fund it if the council chose to recognize this as a paid holiday, a holiday where we would be closed. And the budget has $200,000 that we put in this year's budget for an obesity awareness campaign in the health department. That work actually has begun in a non-cost way. So the part 1 of that is to develop a survey that would be given to the community, and the community would weigh in on the survey to get some baseline information. So even if this money was redirected, the obesity program would continue in a small part this year. But the funds could be redirected to pay for that incremental overtime costs that's there. And that would mean, though, that the obesity program would still kind of continue a little bit, and then also we would seek to get additional funding for it in the 2021 budget. Staff recommends council does consider this as an additional holiday for the city, and with that that's kind of a general overview. We have several staff members that can help answer questions, Mayor and Council, if you have any this morning or afternoon.
All right, Mr. Hernandez?
Okay, thank you. First, let me say that I think this is an important holiday. As a matter of fact, I actually took my entire family to Atlanta to visit the National Memorial. Took them to see the sarcophagus sitting in the fountain. Actually, my two youngest got in trouble because they were putting their hands in the water, and somebody came and told them, "Hey, you shouldn't do it." And so we have this picture where they look a little disflustered, where the rest of us are smiling. Also, the Eternal Flame. Even went to the historical Ebenezer Baptist Church and heard a reenactment of the "I Have a Dream" speech. I say this because it's an important holiday, and I'm in full support of this being recognized by the city as a holiday. It's important to me. I think it reflects an individual that had the courage to stand up against the powers that be and be successful. It's an important day. Okay, that being said, we still have to take into consideration how this is going to cost us. And I asked some questions here specifically on the number of days that we have off for individuals. And I think to start it off, it was 12 sick days, 11 vacation days to start off with.
That's correct.
And 7 holidays that you had mentioned for a total of 30 days. Is that correct? Paid time off. And this would be an additional 31 to a 31st day. I was thinking about, since we're not really budgeting this, and you look at it from the cost of having employees working, costing us $1.1 million for the time frame, not counting the overtime. Would it be more prudent to replace one of the sick days with one of the holidays to where you maintain a 30-day time off? And I say this because also from the perspective of being a former naval officer and being in the military, we had 30 leave days. And it would be, I think that would be in line for those individuals who go out and, are on the wrong end of a 50 caliber machine gun to get 30 days, that we should look to keep that in place. And I know there's some fellow veterans in here that know that. Anyway, I would ask to take that into consideration, or if there's an argument against it, please let me know.
Mr. Smith?
Let me just add, Councilman, we would be, if the council so choose, we could do that with the exception of the collectively bargained time off that the police has and firefighters have, right? We'd have to renegotiate that contract. But
Okay,
for
that's fine.
Anybody outside of a contract, there's no issue legally from doing that. We can do it, in other words.
All right, Mr. Smith?
Thank you. I'd like to start off by saying that Dr. King was a great American and one of the greatest Americans in the 20th century. So we honored him today on there, and we've honored him in many ways. And civil rights probably in the 20th and even in the 21st century is where this country is really improved. Back when I was young on there, and I think this is probably the best thing we've ever done. And in Corpus Christi, we have other great leaders in that. The first LULAC that was starting here. Dr. Hector, he's recognized by the state. He's a Medal of Freedom, the highest award that this country can give. He got that with it. And what he did for the people of South Texas cannot be measured. So as we're looking at South Texas, I think that Dr. Hector is in that ranks along with a lot of the others on there. But as Councilman Hernandez looked at, nothing's for free. This is $1.1 million. If we do it over 1 year, it's $1.1 million. 10 years, it's $11 million on there. We've heard that we have a lot of days off already, 30. It works out to about 25,000 hours. It'll be 25,000 hours less. We're filling potholes. 25,000 hours less, we're taking care of our water bills. Like I say, nothing comes free. And the fact that this holiday is next Monday. It's not a good reflection on this city to be deciding something on Tuesday, a $1.1 million cost for the next Monday, where nobody's planned for this. It ought to come up, I think, in our next budget discussions on there. The obesity, we all know here in South Texas, it's a huge crisis. I hate to hear that we're going to be toning down that obesity. Diabetes strikes so much of our population on there. These are true lives with it. And then the last thing, I want to compliment City Manager Zanoni. If you look at his hiring, since he's taken office about 8 months ago, it's not symbolism, it's action. That this city is broad-based in who it's bringing in and representative of not only this city, but our country. So my compliments to you, not talking the talk, but walking the walk with this issue. Thank you.
Ms. Wartho?
Thank you. Well, I'd like to address a couple of things here that we've heard so far. And probably the most important one, for clarity and for the public, is that when it said the cost is $1.1 million, I want to make sure people understand. The cost to run this city, which happens regardless of whether a person comes to work or not, for whatever reason, is what it is. That is not being incurred. $750,000 a day is what it costs to run this city on a daily basis. That is going to happen every day of the year. The cost to add this holiday, you incur an expense. And that is going to be, that is transparent. That expense is $198,000. That's your cost. So what we've done very responsibly is said, one of the first things I said to Peter, where's the money going to come from? Because I do not believe that we should throw out an issue or a request without looking into that. I think I share that with my colleagues. So he went back as the city manager and said, we've got this money for obesity. Is the campaign, is it important? Absolutely. But this holiday, to me, is more important because of what it stands for. So the fact that, it takes place a week from now or a year from now, to me, it really doesn't matter. And honestly, if we're not disrupting, we're not taking money from one pot away from one department to another, that's not what's happening. This is money that's already been budgeted. Then I don't think the timing matters, but the more important thing is no, maybe people haven't been able to make plans for this day off, but it isn't about a picnic or going out of town or making that long weekend. This is about honoring Martin Luther King Day. And I will say, I think we've heard it all morning, why it's important. Yes, there are people that have come that were before him and have come after him. But he is important in this day because President Ronald Reagan acknowledged that in 1983. And it took 3 years to have that holiday observed. He acknowledged that because Martin Luther King did something that set a precedent, made a difference for 6 people specifically sitting up on this council, but for everyone in this room. So it's extremely important to me that it's understood this is not about picnics and barbecues. This is about Martin Luther King. And I respect the comments, Civil Rights Day. But today, what I am bringing forth is Martin Luther King Day. And I will add to this that it isn't just about a day off. This is also about a day of service. So what I am proposing actually, and I'll give you my suggestion in changing the title of what this city would call it, would be Martin Luther King Civil Rights Day of Service. Because what I believe it was President Bush did is he extended this to empower communities to go and give back to your community in some way, shape, or form, and there's a mechanism in which to do this. So we set that up. Peter would do that on the backside, and we would let our employees know, our community, and that is worth, I can't even, I mean, in researching this, it's worth, it's a huge amount of value that brings to a community, because everybody, people are, they're going back, they're going to a park and doing something good for the park, for their neighborhood, for whatever it may be, but it's something. And so President Bush acknowledged that let's make this constructive in his name, Martin Luther King, because of what he did for us in our country and for equality. So I do feel a little bit passionate in terms of, you know, substituting and getting creative. You know, if we're on the brink of, if we're sitting here looking for $195,000 and we were going to have to take it from one bucket to the other, I would not be supporting it. I would not. I would say, you know what, we need to talk about this in the budget, and we need to figure it out, or we can't, you know, we may not be able to do it, but that's not the case today. So, you know, I see taking away a day and substituting it, or, you know, let's open at 6 in the morning and close at 4. That, in essence, would be a punishment to our employees. We also have people that work for this city that deserve a day off. It isn't in their name. It is in the name of Martin Luther King. So I'm sorry, but I can't support, you know, robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's a day of service in the name of Martin Luther King. This isn't, let's just give everybody a day off. And so I hope that, you know, my colleagues, and I'd like to hear from you all, understand where I'm coming from. But this, to me, is very important as a city. You know, we claim a lot. We claim we are thriving, we are growing, we're the regional leader for this, that, and the other. We don't recognize a holiday that everyone around us does. And the reason they do, and they don't have a problem, from the federal government down to the 6 ISDs that we have here in Corpus Christi, our Port of Corpus Christi, our Texas A&M University, every entity you can name, the chamber, they all observe it. Not one said, well, wait a minute, let's make, I don't know, it might be too much to give our employees. It's never too much to give our employees. We are nothing without them. So I hope you guys consider it. It means a lot to me, and I don't think I think it's fair. I think I didn't speak to one person. I asked more than 10 people if they knew that we did not observe this holiday, and everyone's response was, what? I just assumed we did. And that's a little bit shameful. I was embarrassed to say, no, we don't. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. As one of the council members or one of the signatories on the letter, I obviously support the memo as written. You know, obviously this was one of our greatest civil rights champions that should be recognized. It's sad that it's taken us 37 years to follow suit with the federal government and 29 years to follow suit with the state of Texas. It goes back to to wait another year, to put it off another year, to calculate it into the budget, is that it's in my opinion, unfortunately, it's somewhat of a slap in the face because we've waited so long and we just keep tiptoeing towards something that just should have been done a long time ago. I would agree the money is already budgeted with regard to the time, the $750,000, whatever the dollar amount comes out to. you know, our revenues continue to come in. So we're not, there's no revenue that's going to be lost as a result of the lost time. There's no, as far as typically all the work that we do, the majority of the work we do is project oriented, and those projects are set by deadlines. Sometimes they're not met now, sometimes they are met. And regardless of whether or not there's another day off, that project still has a deadline that still has to be met, whatever the case may be. I don't understand any type of reluctance. You know, my father fought in two wars, Korea and World War II, and he fought valiantly for his country. And he encountered discrimination as a Hispanic when he fought for our freedoms. Obviously, not comparing my father to Martin Luther King, but that was a gentleman that obviously a cultural icon that stood for those that couldn't stand up for themselves, and encountered and paid the ultimate price for doing so. And I can't see why we wouldn't enthusiastically support something like this. And my only question is, why did we wait this long? With regard to the funds of something this important that sends a message to not only our employees, our communities, and those that, you know what, we should apologize that we didn't do it a long time ago. So with that, I firmly believe in the memo such as it was written. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify things, that I am fully supportive of this particular holiday for a city holiday. I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a financially reasonable way, to where we, you know, it would be it'd be transparent, and you know, a zero-sum gain type scenario where we trade a day for a day. And I think we should do it this year. I don't think we should wait till next year. That we should address it now, and then make sure we plan for this, you know, next year's budget. And I understand we have some caveats associated with it, with our public safety contracts, but that's okay, because they work kind of strange hours anyway. They work weekends, they work nights. I don't think that really applies to them. So their time off is probably even more precious than somebody that works 9 to 5. So I don't think that's an issue. But I think we should do this reasonably in a financial responsible way, and we should do it. I'm in the same boat where I was not aware that we weren't observing it. You know, I thought everybody observed it. You know, and I want to reiterate how important, you know, Martin Luther King Jr. Is to me personally. I mean, I took my whole family to go see where he was buried, and took them to the Civil Rights Museum, and the whole 9 yards in Atlanta. Took him to the home, to his birthplace. I mean, it's a moving experience. I encourage everybody to do it, especially that reenactment of "I Have a Dream" speech. It's, you know, to this day, my second son Aiden remembers it and talks about it. It's passionate and moving. But like I said, let's do this in a financially responsible way. Thank you.
Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's a great idea. We're a little bit behind. I always thought that it was a holiday because we've been walking in all the parades. So if we do this, which I plan on voting for it, I would love to see a huge city staff attendance at the MLK Day Parade. Right, requirement. No. But I thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
First off, there's no doubt that we have to look for ways to be able to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The things that he did in order to be able to bring around justice and equality and recognition for the minorities, I mean, all of which, like they said, 6 of us are up here, put us in a whole different level, I think, in terms of the community or society. The my first initial reaction was, is there any way that we could at least honor it as Civil Rights Day? Because the concern that I have is that, yeah, we look at being financially responsible. And again, you know, Dr. Hector P. Garcia was a great leader here. He's being recognized this week. Even if we did it in the first Monday the third Monday in January, I think, in my opinion, Dr. King wasn't about Dr. King. He was about the movement that he brought attention to. And that movement was the civil rights movement. And so for me, honoring the movement, the effort that he gave to better things in our country, I think is what's more important. But again, following suit with the federal government, following suit with the state, seeing how we're the last entity to recognize it as Martin Luther King Jr. Day, I'd be supportive. I just get a little concerned that there being other leaders that we have in our presence, in our midst, that we might find ourselves having to set aside another day for another person that's just as worthy or close to as worthy as Dr. King. And so, and what's that going to do to our efforts in being able to provide the services that we do? There is a cost larger than $167,000. The people that go out and pick up the trash, even if we collect, that don't do it on Monday are going to be doing it on Saturday. And so we will be paying more money, right? We're going to pay them for Monday and we're going to pay them for Saturday. And so again, there's not something as simple as saying it's only $167,000. It'd be great if we sat here and said, hey, we're going to go out and we're going to honor his day by going and doing something positive for the community. But I haven't seen, I'd love to see an example of that actually happen in some other community. My recollection and the time that I've taken is we actually go and we go to the march, and I've been doing it probably for the last 9 or 10 years, from the courthouse to the church, Church of the Good Shepherd. And so I participated in the march. And I've participated in the march for Cesar Chavez and for some of the events for Dr. Garcia. But it's not like I've been able to see folks actually go out and do something positive for the community, actually go up and volunteer to go do something special at their church or at the hospital or at a park or at a city facility. I just haven't seen it. If that was to be a benefit, that would be great. If we could put something together that would far surpass the expense. But I think even for the expense, I think the fact that we're doing something that, as Roland said, we should have been doing all along. I agree. You know, it's a shame that it's taken us this long to get this point. But I also recognize what Councilman Smith is saying, is that a day off it's got a cost attached to it. You know, that means that for all the programs and all the projects and all the things that we're trying to do in this community, those efforts are going to be set back 8 hours that day, that extra day that we have off, okay, or that our employees have off. I appreciate the pace and the rate at which we're improving our community by our current administration, Peter and the folks that you're bringing in and the people that you've put in different positions. I feel confident that we'll recover the lost hours, but it does come at a cost still. Thank you.
Okay, we got a, Mr.
Can I
Roy?
make a, oh, I'm sorry, did you want, sorry, go ahead.
Roy?
We also have public comment too.
Yeah, Mr. Roy's got his light on.
You know, my initial reaction was one of some of the other council members and just people I talked to. Being in banking, you know, it's a federal holiday. We've always had Martin Luther King Day off. So I didn't really think, you know, of anyone else that didn't have it. But you know, it's interesting that we're having this conversation because, and we're tying something in place. An individual that probably took this country further in a short period of time than anybody else to date. And we're putting a price tag on it. if we were sitting here right now and we had a truck, an expensive truck, I don't care, pick the most expensive truck we have in this city and something happened and the maintenance wasn't done and we had to pay for the truck, right? And it cost us $1 million, we'd sit up here and spend 5 seconds basically saying, let's go ahead and approve this truck because we need it. When you take a look, and yes, we've got 6 minorities on this council, and each of us have a diverse background. But I will tell you myself, as an African-American male, a black male that grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, and 1968, I remember where I was at when Martin Luther King was assassinated. I also remember the change that this country, that the impact that it had on this country. And for that, only thing I can really relate to is I can explain myself that I can go anywhere in this country. And I can go into a neighborhood, I can go anywhere, and I have brothers and sisters that stand with me, minorities across the board that don't know me but will take me into my home. You know, when I ran as a district member, I said I wasn't going to use the fact that I'm a minority, or I don't even know when the last time they had an African-American male on city council. It didn't matter. The job that I was put here to do, I know at the end of the day I'm going to leave this city in better shape. I don't care if it cost $1 million. There's some things you can't put a price tag on. If I wanted to sit here right now, I would tell you we hired a city manager that has saved us more money on some of the smart things that he's done. And I could sit there and I could use this as a scale and say, well, city manager saved us $3 million over here. We need 175 over there. That's not what this is about. Number one, we should be embarrassed. We should be embarrassed of the fact that it's went this long that we didn't recognize somebody that's done something this great. We have a chance. This council here is a very progressive council. This mayor here, he listens. I do believe that. The thing about it is that my mom used to say something. She said, when the truth has a way of coming out, that it's the truth, and it sounds better than anything else. We shouldn't even be having this conversation, folks. We got other things to do as a city. We need to go on. If we got to give somebody a day off, 8 hours a day, to remember someone that changed the life of the United States and the world, that's a small thing to ask for. And I hope that I do believe we'll have that day off, and I hope we do go out and do great things. And I hope that we do spend some time with our children. And I hope we do sit there and tell the legacy, not just about Martin Luther King, but we talk about Hector P. Garcia, and we talked about Galvan. My father was a musician. I didn't understand when I was growing up why he couldn't go in certain places, why he would come home and tell me that. You know, why he had to stay down the street. This is 2020, people. We need to remember that. Thank you.
Oh, look up.
You asked for any other comments. I said, not after that.
You turn your mic on, Mayor.
Open it up to public comment.
I have a dream. That's what he said. Corpus, City Council, let's complete Martin Luther King's dream. Greg Smith, City Councilman Greg Smith, when you die, you can't take your money with you. Neither can I. Can't take your house, your car, or nothing with you. But hopefully your soul has been saved. This is a day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is a day that the Lord has made. And we will be proud to say, I'm going to vote to recognize Martin Luther King Jr. as a holiday in the city of Corpus Christi. You can make history. You, all 9 of you, please vote for it. You can make history by passing this. I thank you. When I was the president, you sung that song. When I was president of the NAACP, you sang that song. I never will forget that. Thank you, Mayor McComb. Thank you, Mr. Everett. I want to go into something else. Thank you personally for help celebrating 50 years of High Elko, too. You came and you reminisced with us. This is all part of Martin Luther King's dream, how Hispanic, white, black, Asian, we can come together, join hands, march from the city hall to the courthouse to the Good Shepherd Church, singing that old Negro spiritual song, free at last, thank God Almighty, we're free at last. Mr. Garza, yes, we know we have other civil rights icons, but this day belongs to Martin Luther King. Thank you, Councilman Guajardo. We appreciate it. It's not going to cost much. If you want to raise taxes, you'll do that anyway. To pay for something else, you'll do that anyway. But you know, the thing is being fiscal, being a good steward of the money. When you do raise taxes, make sure it is spent on what you're raising taxes for. We have wasted a lot of money over the years in this city. When it comes to fixed streets or other projects, we're talking about North Beach. We don't know where we're going to get the $40, $50 million. We ain't complaining about that. Thank you.
Oh, sir, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sorry about that. Joel Mumford, 6212 Hitton Cole. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Albert Walker. I currently serve as the president of the Coastal Bend Fellowship of Christian Churches. My address is 6221 Norchester Drive, 78415. When I was a freshman at Texas State University, I had the opportunity to hear Dr. Maya Angelou speak. And the first words that came out of her mouth were, when it looks like the sun doesn't shine anymore, there's a rainbow in the clouds. She said, you, my children, are the rainbows. Which means that it represents the promise that God had to his people, that when it was a bad day, the rainbow shone through the clouds. And Dr. Martin Luther King was that rainbow during his time, for sanitation workers, for those that were on the buses. And I'm a beneficiary of him being that rainbow shining. So I'm asking you as a city council to be the rainbow that's needed now, as there are people who still go through issues, go through problems, still go through situations, and they need someone to be that rainbow when it looks like the sun is not going to shine anymore. So I ask that we represent that rainbow that Dr. Martin Luther King gave, that one of hope, that one of unity, and that one of love. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I've been waiting all day to have my say up here, and I was determined not to walk out the door. We've been waiting 37 years. I could wait to the afternoon. Mayor, and to all the councilmen and Councilwoman Guajardo, I thank you for this opportunity. My name is Alice Upshaw Hawkins. I live at 3605 Cottonwood Street in Corpus Christi, Texas, 78411. I'd like to take this time and opportunity to lift my voice in support of making Martin Luther King Jr. Civil Rights Day of Service a holiday for the city of Corpus Christi. More specifically, that it would be identified as a day of service to our city, for our citizens and community. Dr. King's life's work not only included his time and service in support of people of color, but he gave his life for the benefit of all people. Therefore, it would be most befitting that we can honor and support his name. It is important that we should honor the person who gave his life for justice and equality. It is also a holiday, this is a holiday about Martin Luther King Jr., the man. Martin Luther King, the man who fought for equality and justice for all people. Martin Luther King Jr. By enacting this policy and making it a holiday, we are only doing what all other entities have already done. 37 years. 37 years is a lifetime. The local, state, and national who have already given this day to honor this man 37 years ago. Martin Luther King Jr., who gave his life for his life's work. I think that it is shameful and disgraceful that we, Corpus Christi, translated as the body of Christ, are not willing to honor the man, Martin Luther King Jr., the man, whose life work was seated in biblical teachings. Let's give honor to whom honor is due. Make this a day, not just as a civil rights day, but a day to honor the man who is the epitome of civil rights, the man himself who gave his life, Martin Luther King Jr., for justice and equality. Thank you. He gave it for the disenfranchised and the marginalized. Thank you. The fight continues. Please vote yes on this.
Good afternoon. Sylvia Tryon Oliver, 2814 Rogers Street, 78405. I stand before you today to support MLK Day as a city holiday, thereby joining Nueces County and all the surrounding cities who observe this day. Thanks to Councilwoman Guajardo for taking the lead on this important initiative. It's long overdue. MLK's name is commensurate with speeches, marches, and most of all, civil rights for all. Nueces County has opened its doors for the past 30 years to jumpstart the annual community march that's hosted by the Delta Sigma Theta sorority, which you've heard today. Passing this ordinance will give the city an opportunity to begin service programs, not replacing the march, but enhancing the probabilities toward reducing homelessness, reducing mental health issues, providing affordable housing, helping disabled vets, addressing disproportionality in our jails and in our adoption agencies. As you travel to work each day, look around. You gotta be blind not seeing all the homeless people around. On the north side, everything's torn down. West side, things are happening. Washington Coles area, Hillcrest areas. Some of you have even been in these areas or have roots in these areas. But they're all just demolished, nothing like they were several years ago. And just to use a metaphor, They are like open wounds that need caring for to promote healing and earning trust. No, just one day won't resolve all the problems Corpus Christi has, but a start is a start. And no, we really don't need a written policy to help people in need. But if the city passes this ordinance, the message should be conveyed to all employees to join the cause. Become a volunteer for a day of service. MLK is not just a day off, but a means for the city to really seriously get involved in providing service to our communities of poor, the oppressed, the downtrodden. The Bible states that if you ask, you have not because you ask not. So we have the next 11 months to plan and strategize, forming numerous committees, collaborating efforts with our county and organizations in order to make this a great day of service. Let the city be represented as a change agent. Become part of the solution, not the problems that you have already been identified by. And this will make it a great day of service. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is Libby Averett. I live at 430 Grant Place. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. I make my comments as a private citizen, although certainly my 3 decades here of professional experience in both the for-profit sector and the nonprofit setting color my thoughts on this topic. I came to Corpus Christi in 1986. That's the same year that we first celebrated Martin Luther King Jr. Day as a federal holiday under President Reagan. President Reagan said at that time, "Today, all over America, libraries, hospitals, parks, and thoroughfares proudly bear his name. His likeness appears on more than 100 postage stamps issued by dozens of nations around the globe. Today, we honor him with speeches and monuments, but let us do more. Let all Americans of every race and creed and color work together to build in this blessed land a shining city of brotherhood, justice, and harmony. This is the monument Dr. King would have wanted most of all." In 1994, MLK Day became a national day of service, only one of 2 such days in our country, the other being September 11th. And if you're looking for volunteer opportunities, we have them. Just go to the United Way of the Coastal Bend website. There's a slew of them there. We can get them to the city this afternoon if your employees are looking for something to do on Monday. Bloomberg law data show an increase in the percentage of employers given the holiday off in recent years, jumping from 32% in 2013 to 45% in 2019. More and more companies are observing the holiday, as do all 50 states. I'm hopeful that Corpus Christi will do the same. Let's encourage our residents to reflect on the legacy of Dr. King's life and honor him and each other through volunteerism and public service. As Dr. King once said, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Let's do as President Reagan suggested 34 years ago and build Corpus Christi into a shining city of brotherhood, and I would add sisterhood, justice, and harmony, as Dr. King would have wanted. More importantly, choosing to observe this holiday will say something about who we are as a community, our values, and what we hold dear. Surely we can all support an action that says public service, justice, and harmony, these things matter in Corpus Christi. This is who we are. So thank you for your service and for your consideration.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Robert Gonzalez, 5901 Harvest Hill Road. First, I'd like to thank Councilwoman Paulette Guajardo for her leadership on this issue. And secondly, I'd like to thank Councilmember Roy for mentioning my family, the Galvan family. In fact, the first major facility in Corpus Christi that allowed African Americans was the Galvan Ballroom, and owned by my grandfather, Rafael Galvan. So thank you for mentioning the family. The United States is the greatest country that ever existed. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. made it better. What was America like before Dr. King? The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments of the Constitution outlawed slavery, but they couldn't outlaw hatred for one's fellow Americans. Thus, Jim Crow laws came into being. Jim Crow promoted discrimination and allowed segregation. My late uncle, Ralph Galvan Jr., told me a story once. After the legendary African-American musician Count Basie played in Corpus Christi, Count Basie and my Uncle Ralph went to a restaurant at 6 Points. The person at the front said, "You can eat here, but he can't," pointing at Count Basie. My Uncle Ralph was very upset and said, "We'll go eat somewhere else." Count Basie said, "No. You go in and get our food, and we'll find a place to eat. That's the way it is." Was that degrading? Yes. Was that humiliating? Yes. Was that the way it actually was in Corpus Christi, Texas, before Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Yes. Dr. King knew he was in grave danger. He knew his children might have to grow up without a father, and he knew his wife might have to live without her husband. But he was an American patriot. He would not stand idly by while the jaws of the monster we call discrimination be allowed to feed upon the civil rights of the American people. He gave up his life so that we could live honorable lives. They tried to silence Dr. King at the balcony of the Lorraine Hotel in Memphis, Tennessee on April 4th, 1968. Dr. King was shot in the jaw, his spinal cord was severed, and he died. But he was not silenced, nor will he ever be. And may the City Council in its vote today acknowledge this great American who changed Corpus Christi and the world forever. I leave you with the words of the Nobel Prize winner, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over. And I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you. But I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Anyone else? Public comment?
All right. Hello. I'm Aaron Etienne. I live at 5905 Lago Vista Drive. And so as many of you, everybody else has said about Martin Luther King is that it's been recognized for over 50 years, and it was in the 80s, but it also the 25th anniversary of it being a day of service. And as what you guys have said, it's a day off. But a lot of cities have been marking it as a day on because the cities and counties and even states have had access to web pages and stuff on their pages to help make it a day of service. And even parts of organizations that I've been a part of, including the Baptist Student Ministry at the University A&M Corpus, are actually doing things on Martin Luther King Day, including cleaning up Windrock Park, and they're gonna help paint it this coming Monday. And so if we help and actually promote service, we can get back that value that you guys were saying we could be losing by having it as a day off. And we'll be also honoring his mission as a day of service. Because he says anybody can be great because anybody can serve. And so if you can, we all have that potential to be great. But all we need to do is have the opportunity to serve. And what better time it is than on his Martin Luther King Day. And I don't know if you guys know that, but actually tomorrow is his birthday, or would have been his birthday. And so I know there's a lot of other people that want to talk, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Is anyone else? Not, we'll close the public comment. Anyone else? All right, we'll close the public comment. Has there been a motion on the floor? Is there a motion?
Not yet.
I'm about to make one.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to pass one reading ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 39-324 to designate Martin Luther King Jr. Civil Rights Day of Service as an official city holiday.
I'll second that motion.
Greg Smith seconded the motion.
All right, is there any discussion? All right, one quick question, Mr. Zanoni. I'm going to support the motion, but I would like for you maybe to come back and tell us, I've got some concerns because particularly during the budget process, we heard a lot of people tell us the huge problem of the obesity issue and the diabetes, and it's a major issue in our town. We're a quarter way in our budget already. I don't know who's administering that or promoting that, whether that's in-house or we're contracting with a third party. But I don't want this to be seen as slighting a significant health problem we have with our young people in town.
Right.
I mean, if we're talking $100,000 or what it is, there should be a reserve of funds somewhere that we could get the money out of to cover this year, and then this be a budget item next year, as opposed to taking it out of a program that's been budgeted, approved, and people are acting on it, and now they're having the rug pulled out from under them. I think we can have our cake and eat it too. I shouldn't use cake in an obesity discussion, but you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do, Mayor. We do have a reserve fund actually that I have discretion to use. So let me look into that. We can also work has begun without a monetary need in the obesity awareness campaign. Dr. Annette, the health director, and Dr. Dante have already begun gathering conceptual ideas of how they would survey our residents to begin to get a handle on the concept of obesity in the community. So that's already begun anyway. But we can look to fund either this overtime or that through that reserve account that we have. I can do a follow-up memo to the council that ultimately decides how we can do that.
I just think
it's a
I
huge
don't
issue.
need to make it a part of the motion,
Yeah.
but I think just from a
Well,
financial standpoint, it needs to be budgeted and not taking
Yeah.
robbing Peter to pay Paul, as Paulette said we're not doing, but that's what
Right.
we're doing.
Yeah, we can do both. In fact, I was one of the persons that recommended that obesity awareness based on what I saw when I first got here to Corpus Christi. So I'm a big champion of it. So let me look to see how we can fund that as well. I'll
Okay.
report back to council.
All right, there being no further comment, there's a motion on the floor for the passage of item number 5. Ms. Huerta, want to call the roll?
So for passage of item number 5, Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Council members Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
Guajardo?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Wholeheartedly aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
And Smith?
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
All right. All right, we go to the next agenda item. I think it's a good day, and I want all of you out working next Monday. Item number
16.
16, there were a considerable amount of comments made on this. I have received in my email box a number of emails. And this was a bad assumption on me, and I probably shouldn't say it publicly, but I'll admit, I was under the impression that this was run by the City Parks and Recreation Department, but it's under the Water Department, I've come to find out.
Yes, sir. Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities.
Well, if you could kind of give us a little bit of this Sunrise Beach history, what we've heard today and what I've seen in these emails, it's concerning, and I'd like to hear where we are and what we're doing, and then we can have some discussion. Go ahead about these revised fees for Sunrise Beach.
Okay. Well, the ordinance with the current fees was last updated in 2011, so it's been that long since the fees have actually been looked at. To get it to where we're at, the proposed fees that we put in front of you in December, and then also today. We applied an inflation adjustment, and then also compared it to several other area RV parks. Sunrise Beach, it's waterfront property. So we compared it to, we looked at like Padre Bali. They don't do monthly rentals, and that's where the issue seemed to be, is with the monthly, the people that have lived out there for many, many years actually on a monthly lease of $400 a month. So Padre Bali, it's $275 a week. They don't allow monthly rentals. On the beach in Port Aransas, it's $700 a month. And Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, it's $660 a month. So that's where we're kind of looking at, because it's waterfront and we're comparing it that.
Let me just say, Padre Bali would really not be in all fairness to you, you may not even be aware of this. Padre Bali really would not be something you could compare it to. One, they have a deed restriction, a covenant from the DONR that does not allow long-term camping. So by their county attorney's definition, they cannot rent for more than 7 days. Anything over that, at one time, it was 3 days, a weekend. But with today's $150,000 RV, people would come and stay in a week or so. But so they are actually, they are maxed out if they're letting people rent out there for 7 days.
Right,
So I'm
thanks,
not
sir.
sure you can.
I wasn't aware of
compare
that, thank you.
Okay.
We did, after Councilman Member Garza had asked about Mustang Hollow, so we did look at that, and the prices that we proposed, they're comparable. Where it differs is at the monthly. Right now, Mustang Hollow, the KOA campground, they range from like $350 to $425 a month, plus electricity. They get the tenants there need to pay for electricity. So that's where we differ at, but everything else, the weekly, the daily, those rates are the same. Or comparable.
All right, Mr. Garza, anything else you want to make in terms of, so I mean, just for a brief, so we'll all know, how many spots do we have? I mean, from what they describe up there, it just sounds like you pulled off the road somewhere up in.
There's 93 full hookup RV sites right now. I'm not sure the number of tent sites, other sites that are around there, but I know for the full hookups for RVs, there's 93 sites right now. And we have about 70 of them are full right now, today.
Okay, and we don't have a pool, we don't have a clubhouse. They said they could buy a bag of ice in, I guess, the office or something.
Oh, yes, sir, there is
about
an ice
it.
machine there.
They can buy
Yes,
a
sir.
bag
Yeah,
of ice.
there was complaints about the toilet facilities also. There's 3 toilet facilities, well, 2 toilet facilities, and then a restroom, shower combination facility there. And those haven't been updated. We do know that. And actually, this over the next 2 years, we were planning to just replace all 3 of those facilities.
Okay. Mr. Garza?
Yeah, I asked those questions last time because I didn't feel that we had actually done a full market analysis to determine what it is that we should be charging. And going from 400 to 650, I thought was, I don't know, I'm in the rental business, not necessarily in the RV business or the trailer business, and I've seen some landlords who don't maintain their units, and they don't go in and raise the rents if the units are kind of depreciating or kind of falling off in their living standard. They actually start reduce the rents. It seems to me the fair thing to do would be, if you're going to incrementally increase the rental rates, is that you go from 450 to 5 or 525, and you have some sort of improvement plan, and you can show the residents how you're actually going to improve the facilities. They asked us to go out there and take a look, and I hadn't gone out there, but I'd love it if we could table this item and not approve it. And I'm going to actually drive out there myself and take a look at the condition of Sunrise Beach out there to see exactly what the roads look like, what the shower facilities look like, what the toilet facilities look like. And again, I'd be in a lot more favor of being able to increase the rates based on an improvement plan that we can actually execute.
Okay, well, just an FYI, but it's more of a trailer park right now than it is an RV park, so that's what you're going to expect to see. We have started, we issued letters for people to, they have these very large decks that are out there. People have been there for years, sir. And so we to kind of beautify the area, remove those decks. There's other people that their RVs, you can't even move them because the tires are flat. And so if there's a really, like, no kidding emergency, that RV is going to stay there, and maybe it's going to end up in the lake, and maybe it's going to end up in the dam.
Can you turn your mic on, Mr. Garza? Sorry.
I'm sorry, Rebecca, I turned it off accidentally. If we're gonna transition to something else, then I think we should tell them, you know, we don't want you to improve your area. We're charging you higher rent, so you'll move out. I mean, whatever the truth is what we need to communicate with them. If we're gonna charge them more, then we should fix the facility, or fix the park according to what we're gonna increase the charge to.
There was a master plan that was completed in 2011 also.
Okay.
And that's been dusted off because we need to look at that. It's a lot of infrastructure improvements. I mean, it did talk specifically about the toilet facilities there as well, but it also, what it talked about was like increasing the number of RV spots there. You'd have to redo the layout, redo the utilities that are there, and so that would have to be phased over a couple of years. And it would cost a lot of money too.
Oh,
So-
let me ask a question. Does it make more sense for us to go out and find somebody who might manage that particular park for us, rather than
That's
us
certainly
trying to
an
do it
option.
ourselves?
That's certainly an option.
Okay, well,
Because we do that now with another park.
Yeah, can I add, Councilman Garza, that this came to our attention through an audit that Kim, our city auditor, did. And then, as Kevin said, there's numerous violations to include building structures, RVs, trailers that aren't movable, and they should be. The reason we're recommending the rate increase, though, is because the other thing that became apparent is we haven't adjusted rates in how many years? 10 years?
Almost 10 years, yeah,
10
2011.
years, and so this just brings it up from an inflationary standpoint. It is lakefront property. I've seen pictures of the surrounding area. It's a beautiful spot. And I think we're undercutting ourselves from a revenue standpoint. It's too low, it's too cheap, you know, right now. We're making improvements, as Mr. Norton said, and we'll continue to make them, but the reason for the increase is not to bring it up to a standard, but it's to catch up with what we should have done over the past 10 years. It's below market, and I think this will bring it up to market. And at the same time, we can make those improvements there.
well, I'd really like to see an improvement plan and a schedule for an improvement plan and actually implement a fee schedule that would be comparable or in line with that improvement plan. I mean, it seems unfair to go from 400 to 650 and not have done any improvements at all. I don't know, maybe we haven't increased the rate since 2011, but if we also haven't done anything to fix the roads or to improve the conditions of the park, then, you know, we're getting what we deserve, to be perfectly honest, my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Folks out there, I am in the RV business, so I do bring a touch of expertise with it. One thing on the rates, these are all bills paid. So when you have a rate at $450, and an RV, even though they're not big, they're not very well insulated. And depending on the use on there, you can burn up a lot of power with it. And from a city side, 93 sites is not a big park. It's a park that, from an economy of scale, it's tough to run. And I'd probably say if we, at $450 a month, if we did activity-based costing, if we measured the true cost of that park, we probably ought to shut it down. So by the time we pay the power, we pay the water, we pay the maintenance on there, we pay to clean the bathroom, we pay to, that for this city at $450 a month is a loser. At the water department, again, if we do activity-based costing on there, ratepayers are probably subsidizing it right now with it through our water bill. So it may be we want to take a step backwards and see where do we really want to be? Does the city of Corpus Christi want to be in the RV business? Is that our expertise? Does the water department want to run an RV park? Mr. Norton, do you have a lot of background in RVs?
It's not a core function of our department, sir.
Yeah. And like you said, we do lease out on there. So it may be, number one, $450 at all bills paid. Now, if this wasn't all bills, it would be a different story. And there are some people out there that use very little electricity, and so we're probably coming out ahead. But there's others. I've seen that in the business where you do all bills paid. You look at somebody, their door's wide open, it's 90 degrees outside, and their air conditioner's going full blast. And really, you'll have about 30% more consumption when you pay the bills with it. So I really don't. I think it's something that's, this operation, we need to take a long, hard look at it. I wouldn't support us putting city capital dollars in a business that we really don't have, we shouldn't be in it. Even Parks and Recs, good gosh, this is 40 miles away from this city, outside of our city limits. So we're going to send a Parks and Rec truck over there every day to. And as we were going through the audit committee, we talked about our cash accounting with it and all our policies and procedures and things that we have to do. So maybe we should get a staff recommendation. What is our long-term plan with this? Do we want to shut it down? Do we want to raise the rates, or do we want to lease it out? Looking at that as a guideline. But to maintain, we haven't raised the rates. We've had inflationary cost on there that we've got to do something different than what we're doing.
Mr. Roy?
Actually, Greg touched on every area that I was going to ask. The only other question I had was, originally, was this park wasn't intended for people to have this long stay, right? Was there a...
No, sir.
What was the...
I don't know what the original intent was. The city took over the operations in 2009, and because of proximity, the water department at the time ended up with it.
But it certainly wasn't intended for people to add porches and
they
take
actually
two trailers
removed a
and
lot
put them
of
together and all the other things. That,
there were some trailers that were there, trailers, like a trailer park trailers, and those were removed. But then, kind of over time, RVs have come in, porches have come in, gazebos and that kind of thing.
Yeah, right. It wasn't intended, nor is it even allowed. So we're trying to correct that today.
I think since Mr. Smith has an expertise in this area, maybe he'd want to buy it, huh?
Mayor, Mr. Manager, I really would, I'd make a motion that we table this for 30 days and ask Mr. Smith. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He's not interested in getting in the business, but he's got a lot of expertise and he likes to travel in his pickup truck, is to go up there and take a look at it with maybe a staffer or two to come back with a realistic recommendation. You know, it sounds to me like you've got a nice piece of property. I've never seen the place. I'll stop by. I'm going to Austin tomorrow, so I may try to stop by there if I got time. But we've got a nice piece of property, and it could very well be available to give to a third-party vendor to come in there and make a nice mobile home park or trailer park out of it. I think what happened was it was originally set up for weekend campers, and the rates were so dang cheap, they just decided to stay there. And, for $200 with all expenses paid, who wouldn't? As long as you got water in the lake. But that varies. But I'd recommend that we table this for 30 days, defer the rate increase, and at least get if nothing else, a windshield recommendation from Mr. Smith, who's got the expertise in the business, and some of your staffers to kind of give them time to visit and see what might be a recommendation. But
Mayor, that in the audit committee, I personally talked about this, that we do need to look at the ultimate use to include an RFP. Some years ago, across the lake, the city has property that we RFP'd out, and KOA, is that what it is?
The Mustang, yes, sir.
KOA is actually running the business for us, so we don't need to be in this business, nor are we doing the best job. But doing an RFP and getting out of the business will take several months just from a procurement process. So in the meantime, the ratepayers are subsidizing. I would recommend some type of a rate increase in that interim, and we can report back on the next step plan rather quickly to include an RFP.
Well, and that does seem like, but if it's all bills paid, like you said, electricity rates, and I don't know, whether they've got. I doubt they got gas up there other than propane.
No, sir, it's
probably
water, electricity, and septic.
But maybe not from 4 to 650 or 450 to 6. I forget what the numbers were.
650, I think, is what we're doing.
But
reduce it down.
Anyway, just defer this until maybe March the 1st to kind of give you a chance to get back and give us a report or something. That seems like a pretty steep jump from just overnight. But for 11 years, it has been that's our fault for not doing it sooner.
Okay, we can do that. We can do more analysis on the rate increase, but I would recommend that we do one. It's just we're obviously subsidizing the rates there. We'll come back with that as soon as we can, and then and within the next 30 days we can come back with an action plan on how to proceed
so
forward.
The current rate is 450,
400, sir.
and the rate went to 600.
650.
650.
Yes, sir.
Well, what if we split the difference for the rate increase? 550? From 450 to 500?
400. 400.
It's 400 right now.
400 to 500. Okay, I'll amend my motion that we change the rate to 500 and then come back within 30 days with some kind of recommendation. I mean, either decide we're going to go in there and just clean it out and take it back to its natural surroundings and offer it out as a campground, huh?
He's asking for 3 months.
To do what? No, I was saying it would take several months
I mean,
before
it
we get to
wouldn't-
the next
It may
step,
not take
yeah.
long. You drive up there and you just throw up your hands and say, oh my gosh, clean this place up and
No,
get
we
your
know we have to
RFP
do
ready.
that. Yeah, we've seen the pictures, Councilman Smith and I have. The place needs to get cleaned up.
It doesn't take long for Greg to make his mind up when he sees what.
No, he already knew when he saw. But we could do an increase like a 525 or 500 and then come back with a report on how to proceed with the
All right.
facility.
I'd make that
Point
recommendation.
of order is
Yes.
that there's more than just the monthly rate. So you're asking for a 25% increase from 400 to 500. Would you want to put that across the board for all rates?
We're just talking about this campground. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, I'm seeing rates for overnight, weekly, and monthly. The monthly rate is $400, and then going to a new fee of $650. But you also have all the other rates that are being increased as well.
Most of them are concerned about that monthly rate. They're not there for the 2 or 3 day deal. They're there for the.
So you're
long
going to leave all the other ones just the monthly rate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the other ones are lesser percentages.
People that are
yeah.
kicking and screaming are the ones that are, they're there and don't have tires and don't have air in the tires, and they're there for the long haul. And,
Yes, sir.
but the city actually, that's part of the lake the city owns the property up there on the lake.
You own the property,
Yeah.
right.
Right now, sir, there's around 70 of the monthly tenants.
Can you turn your mic on?
I'm sorry, how many people are out there on a somewhat permanent basis?
It's about 70 right now, sir.
70?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yeah, a couple of them had moved out recently, like 4 or 5 of them had moved out.
I mean, I don't know what the purpose is, and I mean, the purpose is really to get them out. I mean, I use
Well,
that-
not necessarily right now.
Well, it's just that those that are taking advantage, I guess, to
Well, it's the city's fault. We've
I
sat
would
on it
agree
for
with
10
that.
years and done nothing about it. I'd never even heard about this one. I knew we had some other property we leased to the
I would
Boy
agree with
Scouts
that.
and some of those, but I didn't even know about this Sunrise thing or whatever it is. Sunrise.
Okay, and my question's in.
So the motion to go to 500
Right.
and come back in 30 days just as a windshield deal and with kind of a plan of action of how we're really going to address the problem and solve it.
Okay, we're in agreement with that.
I'll second it.
All right. Any comment from the public? Yes, sir. What's he want? $30 a month.
James Kavarchik.
You don't have an RV trailer up there, do you?
No, but I have one. For years and years, we had Jet Fest up there once or twice or 3 times a year, and it was huge festivals. I mean, the place was just overrun with boats and so there's some there's people here that want to use that
Right.
park, but some years ago, I don't know what 2011 or somewhere, everybody, the Jet Fest people were run off, and that was ended.
By the city people?
They're in control, I guess. That's who did it. So I mean, they were told not to come back.
Okay.
Now, I could be misspeaking a little bit because I don't know why they stopped having Jet Fest, but they all of a sudden didn't have it anymore.
There was water in the lake.
There was
wasn't
still water in the
Oh,
lake.
okay.
Yeah, there's always water. That's right by the dam.
Oh, okay.
And that's where they have the boat races, and it was, huge fireworks festivals and music festivals and
I don't know.
racing festivals, all at the same time. In other words, it was a big function. And so there's some merit in seeing if somebody would want to pick that up, some other, whether it's, I don't know, if there's some institutions around the United States that do that kind of stuff, and we reach out to them and see if they want to come in and just contract it out to them until we're a year out of the business. Because I agree, it's a rundown park.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean,
So-
yeah, we need to maximize our potential.
Yeah, I think there's some potential there. We just need to do a little homework and figure out how to quit losing money.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Sir, I'm sorry, can you state your name and address for the record? Sir.
James.
James Gregorczyk, 714 Oriole. Flower Bluff.
Thank you.
Anyone else? He's old fashioned. He's from Flower Bluff. He ain't from Corpus Christi. That's near Corpus, right? Okay, any other public comment? All right, there's a motion and second to
amend, right?
to amend the rates to
ordinance.
400 or 500 a month. And are we deferring it for 45 days or just changing the rates?
They're going to come back to us.
You
All right.
said 30 days. Are you doing 45, Mayor?
Yeah, say
Instead?
45.
Say
and-
45?
And make the effective date March the 1st, I guess. That'd give them, well, you got, yeah,
Is that
that'd be
okay,
about
45
right.
days? Or you want March 1st?
March
Okay.
1st, that's
Gotcha.
easy. Everybody can remember that,
Okay.
I think. Or March 2nd, Texas Independence Day. Make it easy on yourself.
Mhm.
It's not all of it.
Not yet. Okay, all in favor, what's the amendment now we're gonna do?
So we're going to do a motion to amend. We're going to change the rate to $500 a month. And then staff will come back on March, by March 1st or with a recommendation.
Whatever, well, we don't have a meeting that first week. so
No,
give 'em
that's
a
fine,
few extra
yeah.
days there. They always like that fudge factor.
Right.
So February, our first meeting will be March the 10th. Ooh, that's the
Did
day
we
after my
cancel that
wife's
one?
birthday. I
Hold
can
on.
remember that.
We canceled one for spring break.
Huh? We're already talking about another holiday? We
Yeah,
just
we canceled March 10th for spring break. So the first meeting's March 17th.
Man,
That's St. Patrick's Day.
$1 million. There you go. Second month, 2 million. We're on a roll. Okay.
I mean, it sounds like.
Yeah, my 45 cents an hour. Okay, we'll schedule it. Are we off March the 10th?
Huh? Yes, sir. We're off March 10th.
We're off March the 10th?
Yes.
All right, then you
That's
got to
spring
March
break.
the 17th, huh?
That's right. March 17th,
March
the first
17th,
meeting in
yeah.
March.
Or are we meeting March the 3rd? We're not meeting March the 3rd?
No, sir.
And March the 10th is off.
Yes, sir.
March 17th it is?
I hope Elizabeth's listening. I don't want anything booked that week, March 10th. All right, the 17th. Peter, is that all right?
It's fine, Mayor.
That'll give you a
Yes.
little over 45 days.
Right, the rate increase is effective with this.
Yeah, but you got 2 holidays in there, so don't be working then. Okay. All right, March the 10th. March 17th.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
March 17th. We have a motion to amend.
Right, and just to clarify, so the rate increases are effective upon approval of the ordinance?
that was
Then we
my
come back-
understanding. Is that
yeah,
correct,
and then
counsel?
we come
The-
back,
We're just
yes.
amending the,
Okay, we'll come back with the report on that March timeframe.
All right.
Great,
All right.
thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
We need to pass it as amended to the ordinance. That was just the motion to
All right,
amend.
there's a motion and a second on the amended motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Motion second.
Okay, 16, then we
And Mayor,
skip.
if I can interrupt, item number 39 is the one on the stormwater rate, and we have our consultant here that was the contract we're recommending today.
Oh,
Wondering
all
if
right.
you can pull that up, because she has a flight, she has to catch up.
Okay, yeah, this
Great.
one here is a contract, and I'm not sure whether all of you have read the backup material or not, but as they said when they landed on the moon, it's one small step for man and a giant step for mankind. This is really kind of the first step in moving away from stormwater being tied to your water consumption.
That's correct, Mayor, right. We promised during the budget that we would come back
And
and
this
be
is-
ready to do a separate stormwater rate and fee.
We've been trying to get there for years, and so we're on our way. So Take it away, Mr. Increased Pressure Tower Man, water tank storage.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Dan Grimsville, Executive Director of Water Utilities. Essentially, this is a stormwater a contract with Raptilius, and I have with me Kat. I wasn't going to go with you first. Katie Cromwell from Raptellus, and she is one of the representatives that's going to be with us. I'll let you introduce yourself, and Kim, everybody knows, but go ahead, Reba.
Reba George, Water Utilities.
And we have Kim. So what we're bringing forward is a motion for a 1-year service agreement with Raptellus to come up with a stormwater fee for the city of Corpus Christi. And there's several other things that they'll be doing, but in long short of it, that's what we're trying to create. Standing by for any questions.
Well, tell us what that, tell us all the gyrations. I'm a pretty simple guy. I think there's a simple way to do it. We're paying you $200,000 to come up with a complicated way to do it. And so explain to us what you're gonna do.
Sure. So Raptellus is a stormwater, water, wastewater utility consulting company, and we work across the country. And my group, the Stormwater Group, does stormwater feasibility and implementation across the country. So we specialize in developing these utilities. And so we have done this, our group has done this over 50 times across the country. We have done it in Dallas and Fort Worth and Hudson Oaks here in Texas. And then we've also done it in larger big cities like Baltimore, Cleveland, and Philadelphia. And so we're going to be working closely with staff to kind of understand all of the stormwater cost drivers and to separate those costs out of your water rates, and then develop a fair and equitable rate structure so that we can charge stormwater as a separate line item.
And this will not, as I understand it, this is not, and I may not have the understanding, it's not going to be based on utility customers. It's going to be based on property owners.
Yes.
Or parcels of land.
Correct. So it'll be a parcel-based fee, and typically impervious area is kind of the industry standard, but you know, as we get started on the project, we'll really look at what your cost drivers are for stormwater here in Corpus Christi so that we can relate those cost drivers to the rate.
And you've done this numerous times, I understand.
Yes, we've done it numerous times, and it's
Okay.
what our group specializes in.
I'm a little nervous. I mean, we've been trying a long time, and I think I shared this with the group the other day. We've been trying for years to get to here, and they're saying it's going to take another 2 or so years. But I'm thinking if you've already got a cookie cutter program, and you've got a taxing office that has every parcel in the county, and all we want is the city on the tax roll, have you figured out some way in your experience on these previous ones to expedite it so we don't have to go for 2 or 3 years to get our answer?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think while, you know, the parcel data lives in the tax office, I believe we're imagining that this fee would be charged on the utility bill. So we want to make sure that we have the correct relationships between parcels and utility accounts.
The problem that Mr. Grimsborough explained to me was, if I own a bunch of vacant property, dirt, I don't have a utility bill.
A better example would be somebody, the dirt might not be as good, but if you have say a business that's shut down that's not using utilities, or if you have a homeowner that's on well water and has a septic tank, then they're not using utilities, but they still need to be charged stormwater because in theory, they own the land and they're using the stormwater.
Right. But-
The straight dirt, a parking lot that doesn't use it would be a fine example. It's just a parking lot. It's paved over, but it doesn't use any utilities. Straight dirt, we have to look into it a little bit better in the sense that it's naturally absorbing the water. So it may not be using stormwater in the strictest sense. But those other examples surely are using the stormwater system and should be charged accordingly.
Yeah, Mayor, can I just jump in? So the consultants charged, and we're paying them to get this done for this summer. So the proposal will be presented as part of the budget and approved. The rate and all the mechanics of it would be adopted as part of the budget this August. And then the rate would go into effect January or sometime in 2021 to give people time to budget for them, budget it in their budgets and so on. But this is not a 2-year project. This is a 6-month, 7-month project. One thing that we do have to do is do community engagement so that the residents know, and the business owners, especially the large lot owners, auto dealerships across the country really hate these fees. But we need to engage the community to make sure they understand it, understand the rate, what it pays for, how it's really, they're paying for it today anyway. It's just in their water bill. And in fact, we're going to be through a memo asking the council to give us 2 community representatives that would kind of be your eyes and ears on this project. And that group of people, in addition to other stakeholders, we'll be meeting with frequently. There's a big part of this contract cost is community engagement, stakeholder engagement. So that's some of the workings that we'll be doing on the cookie cutter. The mechanics are there. We just have to validate data and break out what are our charges, and also see what do we have in it, what areas do we have to improve, and have a rate plan for increased maintenance in our lines and in our street sweeping and so on. So the rate design is pretty simple, but it's really that community engagement part that'll take some work. But the main thing is that this will be done in a few months.
Well, I'm excited that you said that.
Yes.
I think I heard her gasp when you said that.
That's why we're paying her the big bucks.
Because the motion says it's a 1-year service agreement with an additional optional year. So we've cut down from 24 to 6 months.
So let me explain the option, because the city manager is absolutely correct. We should be able to get the rate part of it completed for next year's budget. The little trickier part is, and we don't want to make the mistake that we made in the past with sending out incorrect bills, is to make sure that the database that's going to be created supports collecting the data and then ensuring that it gets into N4, and that we send out bills that are correct based on the information that we're gathering. That could take a little longer, and the city manager was correct that the bills might not get out till January or even February, because we have to do a certain amount of testing. And if Mr. Collins was here, Peter Collins, IT, he would go through that cycle of we have to test, use some dummy bills, make sure they work, go through the cycles, our 20 cycles we have of billing, I think. And so to make sure that we're going to go through that, this company is charged to ensure that they're here long enough to ensure that they get through a full cycle with us, to make sure that we don't have any glitches in sending out real bills. So that part might go longer than the budget, like the city manager indicated, and first bill in January. But we're going to know for the budget what the rate will be.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Grimswell, how many times have we looked at changing the stormwater rates?
Well, from Reba and I, we did history on it. It has been brought to city council 3 times.
Okay, so we're going to go for the 4th. So on there, we've discussed. We never decided here about breaking out the stormwater costs in our water bill. And it's one thing is I've talked to folks out there, they do not have any idea how much they're paying in stormwater fees with it. That anybody watching, about half of your water rate is stormwater. And I think it would be helpful for this process if our citizens, our ratepayers out there, were aware of what they are paying in stormwater costs now through their water bill. So as we go through this process, we know we're going to get a lot of pushback from certain areas, pushback that killed us 3 times before. Meanwhile, our water bill payers don't have a clue that half of their cost of their water is stormwater fees. And what we're trying to do is make these fees equitable to the use on there. Currently, they're not. If you fill up your swimming pool, you're not adding to the load of stormwater with it. So for us up here, should we consider recommending breaking out our stormwater cost in our bills just for informational purposes? It would just be an informational line on that bill. Going in this education process, we're spending $200,000. Part of this is outreach. We have talked about it. We have talked, yes, but we have not decided about breaking it out. Yeah, okay, so thanks.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you. And I think I know we've met on this here recently, specifically, and as I understood, we've kind of done this already with the street user fee and kind of using that as an example. Was I correct in hearing when I heard that?
Street maintenance fee, correct.
Right. So we actually have something in place that is very similar to what you're trying to do here with the stormwater fee, correct?
And we were going to take a look at that, yes, sir.
Okay, so I mean, I'm assuming we're going to use the same model because there are some individuals that are being charged a street user fee that aren't necessarily being charged utilities.
I would say that is absolutely correct. Yes.
So we have some of that database already in place. So we have some of a structure and in place to do this, correct?
I'm not sure what that all entails, but that was something that we discussed that we would use as an example of how that was created and how they're billing that to coincide with the same thing we're trying to do for stormwater.
Okay.
Yes.
So the other part of this is that we have a different water rate for those who are outside the city limits. And I want to make sure I heard this correctly, that, now our water rates for in the city limits and outside the city limits are going to be uniform now versus what was in the past because you had a stormwater component. Is that correct?
I'm not going to say wholeheartedly, but it should be more in tune with each other. That is true. I don't know all the ifs and ands until we get through some of the data, but I don't think that's a misstatement in the strictest sense.
Okay, because I remember the discussion during the budget process.
Because the outside city limits are not charged stormwater.
They're not charged stormwater because they don't have any stormwater.
Right, so water should cost what water costs.
So we should have a more bit clear identification as to what water costs should be for everyone, right?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I don't know whether there was a citizens group. I don't know how that was made up. Each council member made an appointment. We just appointed some people to study this thing. But, I mean, there's got to be I think going into this thing, at least from my perspective, I mean, there was a lot of pushback on the street fee at first. And, of course, it came in, I think, the figures way up here, and then they finally whittled it down, and everybody kind of came to reason. It's been implemented, and it's working evidently relatively well. But I just think we have got to be committed to getting this broken out because there is absolutely no correlation between what we are billing people for stormwater and the consumption of water. There's no correlation.
I would agree with that, and there's
so,
some people who are not being charged at all. So
and so we need to, the days of free rides are over, and everybody uses the stormwater system. Now, I may use it more than others if I'm out when it's raining and somebody stays at home, but we all want the streets to drain, and that's part of our drainage system. And so everybody's got to pay and so we've got to figure out a way to get this done. And, is the water that's sitting underneath Leopard Street and the bridge, that come out from the city hall, or did it come out from, the Stripe store over here? So I don't know how you come up with, you got a bigger parking lot than I got a parking lot. I mean, I don't know how you do that.
Well, we won't have to worry about that area soon, Mayor, when the bridge gets put in.
Well, that's good. But there's still water going to be draining down there. It's got to go somewhere. They just said they improved this drainage system. They didn't say they eliminated it. But anyway, well, good luck. I want to see this compacted down from 24 months to 6, and we're looking forward to your report. Anybody else have any questions?
Mr. Mayor, do we want to consider a breakout in the bill?
Well, I think that's just a no-brainer to give us some idea. You've got to know, I mean, you can identify what your costs are. Now, I mean, you do that, your outside city limits water rate is this, and your inside city water rate is this, and the cost to produce that water is the same whether it's going here or there, so the assumption is the difference is your stormwater charge.
And that's true. And I guess I'm trying to figure out what Councilmember Smith wants, because again, we're going to have several
But then
people who are not paying
but
in the
then
stormwater. And
That's
so,
contradictory to your argument that says you got some people that aren't getting the utility bill, but they're using they're using the stormwater because
Right.
they're driving on the streets.
right.
So you can't tie it just to the number of utility
Accounts.
users.
Right. So I'm not sure if we was to have it broke out, it would show what they're currently paying based on only being charged, only the people who have water accounts are being charged stormwater.
Yeah.
But that'll be changing as we incorporate the data and determine where all the charges should be coming from.
Well, the benefit of it could be that if they see right now, if you just on the basis of let's just say a 45-55 split. If you just split it out now just for informational purposes, of course that could be dangerous, but if they're getting the bill now for, they can see their water rate drop. This is what I'm paying for water, and this is what I'm paying for stormwater. And when you get it all calculated out, you may come in and actually see this stormwater rate drop because you're incorporating more people to help spread out the cost because of those that have no utilities, that have vacant lots or whatever it is. And so at least they can begin to see where their water rate, it's getting a little more realistic, but that's what's sending people through the roof. And by the way, we're 1 month through our winter averaging time period, is that right? We missed December and January. And I've asked somebody, they sent out a press release about the water rates and got everybody all nervous that we raised the rates and made it imply that we had, and that was before we met this year. That was done during the budget process. And I asked for another press release to go out and say your winter averaging, you're 1/3 of the way through it, but I've not seen any press release on that, so I'm asking again publicly if we can get a press release out to explain to people they've still got a month and a half to watch and pay attention to the water consumption, so that does impact at least their winter averaging.
I think we did send a press release about the winter quarter average. I'm not gonna state my whole paycheck on it, but
I
I'm
must
pretty-
not be on your
I
email
think
list,
we
'cause I
did send
haven't
one
got
out, an updated version.
Well, I'm not on the right email list then, but anyway.
We'll
let's
get you
go
on the
ahead.
email,
Let's get
Mayor.
this lady, she got a plane to catch, she don't want to stick around here.
She
listening to
does.
us. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, so Mr. Grimswell, what I was referring to is just an asterisk on our bill. So we're paying X amount for water and an asterisk that would say that so much of this amount goes to stormwater. So the bill stays the same, but we just have an informational asterisk on there that, so you paid $50 for water on there, but something on there, $25 of the water rate goes for stormwater. So you still have the $50 sitting there, but something to tell our customers what they are paying. And like Councilman Hernandez said, we've got OCL and ICL. So it's the difference between OCL and ICL as you're doing your programming on there, and it'd just be an informational type of thing. But I think it is very important that our customers know how much they're paying in stormwater rates on it as we go to the change.
Okay, yeah, we'll certainly look at that, absolutely.
Check with your lawyer.
Mayor, you were reading my mind. Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor with moving forward with 39?
Mayor, we need a motion and a second first.
Oh, I thought we had one.
No, not yet. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second to move forward with item 39, and we're going to see the compression from 24 to 6 months. Okay. Any further discussion? Where do you have to catch a plane to?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
Raleigh, North, okay. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. 40.
31. Oh, if you want to
Oh,
go
we-
back in
we-
order.
We jumped,
Yeah,
didn't
we jumped,
Yeah, we
yes.
skipped to try to accommodate her on her plane.
You can approve mine if you want.
Wait a minute, Mr. Evans, we just beginning
I
to have
had
fun.
31, 32, 33.
Oh, man, you got the trifecta.
Those are all mine.
All right. Master service agreements.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, I think wanted this one. You got any particular questions or what?
Yeah, this has to do with the rate sheets and how we're paying on this, because there's some significant differences on this. Plus, in 33, you have let's start off with 31 and 32. You have these master service agreements, and you have several different rates that are on this. And I'm just going to give you some examples here. For engineering, for HDR, you have rates between $125 and $288 per hour. For Cobb Fendley and Associates, you have $167 per hour. For LNV, you have a range of $110 to $200 for engineering services, depending on the experience of the engineer or the level of the engineer. And then you also have differences in clerical fees. I'm assuming this is all time and materials. Clerical fees for LNV was $70 to $95. Cobb is $75. HDR is $92. Project manager range from $199 to $209. And then for the HDR agreement, you actually have some pass-throughs that are not on the Cobb and Finley rate sheet that have an additional 15% on pass-through for consulting and for as well as subcontracting as well. So there's a lot of differences here, and this doesn't just go to these particular ones, but there's also past ones that there's not a lot of consistency on. And I just want to know what our policy is on how we determine these rates, and specifically on the expenses with the pass-throughs where they put in a cost plus of 15%.
Okay, well, that's a big question, and as you know, these come from the vendor. We have discussions, we look at it, we say, does this look reasonable and consistent with what's out there in industry? And, there are various ranges. The fact that these got here to council is an indication that we thought this was reasonable. Now, there's a little bit of difference in the way that these run. Two of these MSAs, those loaded rates are actually used to negotiate lump sum task orders. The one with HDR, that one is going to be a true time and material contract because we don't really have the scopes lined out. There's going to be project nominations, and we say, okay, we're going to give you a not to exceed amount on a task order to do a feasibility study and cost estimate on this work. The others, we have the luxury of time where we can negotiate based on what the level of effort appears to be, and then we issue them a firm fixed price task order based on that.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking here is that, when we select a particular engineer, we base on qualifications and then we negotiate the price. But it's almost we should be kind of dictating, what our standard is and what we would pay for engineering services. But this is all over the board. Where do we have a project cost estimator that actually, kind of does these kind of things, that looks at what we should be paying based on the market or based on our area? Because, there's really no consistency here. And then specifically on HDR, the other time and materials didn't have this cost plus 15%. So is that normal?
I don't even think that would be utilized in terms of subs. I don't think they're proposing to use any subs on that one. I think that
outside
you see,
consultants or outside technical services, all other expenses, 15%.
I would say that's probably a little on the high side, but I don't think that's out of bounds. You know, the federal
I mean,
government used to give me 8% loading on subs when I was doing work for them as a consulting engineer, and that was on quite a big book of business. So I don't think that's unreasonable. It could probably be a little bit lower. I don't think it's going to be material because any consultants they use is going to be small. I really don't think there's going to be any consultants on that, so we'd be arguing over something that probably wouldn't occur.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say never type situation. So let me ask Kim, if you could kind of give me some thought process. Have you seen this? I mean, because I didn't see it in the Cobb Finley one where they had additional expenses.
So in my background and experience, the ODCs or other direct costs, they'll either be a pass-through, meaning at cost, or the profit on it or fee on it will be in the 5 to 10% range, is what I've typically seen.
Okay, and what about engineering fees? I mean, where can we get? And I guess what I'm looking for is like, what's our policy? What do we want to do? Who's negotiating these things so we have a little bit more consistency in making sure we have the best value in terms of these agreements? Because it's all over the board. What can we do to get some consistency here?
Well, all right, we could take that item for action and try and come up with some guidelines for vendors on, you know, what we'll pay. I think, you know, personally, I think something that's in the 2.8 to 3.0 multiplier range, meaning that's the multiplier times raw salary of what they pay, is what I would consider reasonable.
Well, let's look at it from the perspective of like clerical services. I mean, I think that would be something we could determine to dictate what that price should be. You know, there's quite a wide range there. I mean, there's a lot that we can do here to try and control some of these costs. This is hard to follow sometimes, and then when you do the scoping, you really don't see what their actual costs are and what our costs are. You know, I've made many times many discussions about how it costs us more to build stuff because it seems, and then looking at it from the perspective of doing it from a percentage side, which I'm assuming, we look at sometimes what engineering and architectural fees should be based on the project, but we determine what that fee is for the engineer first before we go out to bid the project. So if the project comes in lower than what it was originally designed for, does the engineer lower their fee?
Well, or the opposite. Do you owe more money?
Do you owe more money? I mean,
what we typically do is we have a loaded rate schedule, kind of like what you're seeing here. And if you're talking about a design contract, which these are
time and material, right?
Well, these are different. These two of the things are for kind of. I mean, one is for front-end feasibility studies. That's the HDR contract. The Cobb Finley is for subsurface utility engineering work, which is something that supports the design effort. They go out and physically locate XYZ coordinates and identify all of the utilities so that we can try to design around them and avoid delays in construction. So you know, that's a tiny fraction of the cost of a project that we spend on this. So you can't really gauge that based on a percent of construction. The feasibility studies, you can't either. This is something that is on the order of, you know, 1%, 2% of project value.
Okay, can you bring something to us or have some sort of policy to say what rates we should pay, or on a percentage basis, or, you know, some sort of rate for engineering services that you do in time and materials, what we're willing to pay for clerical or for overhead or any of that kind of stuff, because it is just all over the board.
Well, I'll tell you what I can do. I've actually got a presentation I've put together. I'm going to be doing it this Thursday with my project managers on, you know, negotiating and managing AE contracts. I'd be happy to send a copy of that to you. And it talks about the dilemma. I mean, this is part of qualifications-based selection, where you pick the firm that is the most qualified, and then you have to negotiate something that's fair and reasonable with them. And there's no universal standard for what that is.
I mean, doesn't state law on professional services, you negotiate qualifications? I mean,
You select
we're not
based on
we're not
qualifications.
positioned to be dictating prices. Now, I guess if I was gonna contract with Coca-Cola, I said, okay, I'm willing to pay you $2 for 16 ounces of syrup, or however you price your product. Well, no, I want, $8. Well, we're willing to pay you $5. Well, we're not gonna sell you a Coke. Okay, fine, I'll go find me somebody else. Or we get them that say, we'll provide you this drink at this fee. I don't know. But professional services, you can't go out and say, I'm just gonna pay you. You negotiate qualifications, or you assume
You
qualifications.
select based on
And then
qualifications.
you negotiate some
Then
certain
you try to
price.
negotiate fair and reasonable fees
And
with
that
your
company,
most qualified provider.
whether it's LNV or Hanson or anybody else, we don't know what they're paying their secretaries. We don't know what they're paying their surveyors. We don't know what they're paying somebody else at that point. I guess what you're asking for is that we're not gonna pay more than $25 an hour for a surveyor, or $50, or I don't know what the rate schedules are. They're probably not even close. But I mean, I'm not sure we're in the position of dictating anything.
Well, as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong here, if you can't come to a negotiated price with a particular,
to number two.
You go to number two. So you always have the option to go to your second qualified individual if you can't come to a reasonable accord with your particular one that you select and qualified for. So, I mean, I don't think that's a major issue if you can kind of come up to a standard as to what a policy standard as to what we should be paying.
Yeah, Councilman, I just want to kind of reiterate what the mayor said. In fact, we've had, and Jeff spent 4 hours, or Kim did, with some of our engineering consultants, because we're changing the process a little bit. And we also did best practice analysis in our peer cities in Texas. So to get down to that granular level it's not best practice nor normal practice. We can't,
Well, wait a
we
minute,
can't
wait a
ask
minute.
for what the
You're-
secretary
we're
makes.
talking
Yeah.
specifically in buckets, right? Clerical services, engineering services, project management services. We're talking buckets right here. We're not talking, specifics of, going down to the minutia.
Yeah,
right?
Even that, some of the cities we survey don't really do
And
that. But
and what about this tack on of the 15%? I mean, if that's being outside the norm?
Well, that's 15% on the ODCs. I mean, you're talking about something that might be one.
Well, whether it might be or not be, that doesn't matter to me. What I'm saying is, are we overpaying for it?
Well, so the thing that you've got to balance with this, okay, is what we're trying to do is optimize organizational outcomes on this. And there's a lot of inputs into this. The transaction cost is certainly part of it, but you've got calendar time, you've got staff time, we can try and negotiate one of these for a year and bring it, but that's a year that your project's not getting done. So we've got to strike a balance between.
Well, that's why I said we need to have a policy in place ahead of time, so you have at least a base point to start from. I mean, to have at least some consistency and have some prospect. I would imagine. I know, Kim, you haven't been doing this on the engineering side very long. I don't know how much history you have on terms of what engineering's done as to what we've been paying over time. Maybe we can get some history of what that median should be. I don't know. Okay, but we should have some consistency on what we should be billing, and we should have some, ultimately, the more money we save on individual products, the more projects we can do. We got to maximize the limited resources we have. I want to make sure that we're at least looking at it from the perspective that, we're keeping the taxpayer in mind when we're doing these things.
Well, I agree with you, and my concern more is trying to be fair, and these guys ought to kind of group. We ought not pay 2X for something to one firm that we pay X to another, but.
Well, I mean, that's basically what's happening here. Paying 110 for this engineer, 167 for that engineer, 125 for this engineer. So some of it's the same, in terms of what they're going to be doing. Okay.
Well,
So aside from that, please, if we can, city manager, and I would ask the city council to look at this as well, is to have some consistency and at least a little bit more cost analysis on this so we can make good decisions. Because right now, this is not good, and then it's inconsistent, especially with the pass-through cost of consulting at 15%. I I've never seen 15% in anything that I've done in terms of pass-through. You know, they said, okay, I do a sub or I do get a consultant, I get 15% off the top of that. Now,
Yeah.
I can understand there's some management aspect of it, and there's also some liability issues associated with it, but 15% is an awful lot.
I'll make a commitment to you. If there's any kind of material amount of work that they try and pass through with that markup, we'll negotiate that down.
Well, that's good. I appreciate that. Okay, but in terms of going forward,
Yeah, Councilman, we are studying this. It's on one of our top things we're looking at, including the entire procurement process for that matter.
are we looking at other cities and what they do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like-
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have one of our assistant directors is from San Antonio, so he's using his sources there. We're looking at all major Texas cities, the 7 that are above us in population size. So San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Houston, Fort Worth, and so on. And so we wanted to get, there's some serious questions that we have, not only in contracts, but in procurement. We want to understand it, make sure we're doing what the norm is across the state. I've spent time myself with Kim and a team just last week, several meetings personally, not to mention other staff. So we're engaged in this in a big way. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And just as a note, on item number 33, where you have a master service contract, there says there's one with Hanson Professional Services and one with L&B. I only saw the L&B one. Was there supposed to be a master service agreement with Hanson?
Yeah, there should have been one attached. You're saying there's only one of them were attached? Is that what
I
you're
only
saying?
saw the L&B one attached. Did anybody else not?
Okay, well, Holly said she'll
Not-
check, but it's 2 different contracts.
Not
for
sure
2
what
different
happened. The
purposes.
terms conditions the same, but we should have had their fee proposal in
Okay,
here as well.
so if we can, since I haven't seen the, that MSA contract with Hanson, I would ask that we amend that motion to just approve the L&V one, and then bring back the Hanson one once we get the review of
we'll
that
do that.
contract.
I
Okay,
had
that's
both
fine,
copies.
Councilman.
Maybe they just didn't upload the second one, but.
Well,
the-
He didn't see it, so
yeah,
we'll do
the
it. We'll bring
admin-
that item back. That's no
Okay.
problem. Yeah, we'll do the L&V one
Huh?
if the council chooses, and we can.
Does anybody else have that?
It doesn't look like it got loaded up.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, let me go here. For item number
It's in my
31 and 32, make a motion to approve.
Well, is it
I think it might be in
Is
there.
it loaded up on the computer or just the 2 of us that get the book?
I don't have it loaded. I've refreshed several times.
Oh,
I
I don't-
thought
I
it
don't
was
know.
just a mistake, but I didn't get a chance to review that agreement. I don't know who else has had a chance to look at it.
Probably. I don't have it. Get her done.
Okay, so-
They all got work to do, so let's get it done.
Well, like I said, I make a motion to approve number 32 and 31 and 32, and I also make a motion to approve number 33 with the L&V
Well, can we
agreement.
take 33 separate, as that's
Okay.
the abstention one that we're doing?
Who's
Okay.
abstaining?
Mr. Molina's abstaining on 33. But
Okay.
31 and 32.
31 and 32. Anybody want a second?
But did we take Hanson out of 32?
All right, there's a motion for items 31 and 32, and there's a
Mr.
second.
Well, for 31, are we taking
For
out
31 and
Hanson?
32.
We're taking out Hanson though, right? We're just doing.
No,
L&V.
Hanson's on 33.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. Hanson,
All right,
that's
there's a
right.
motion
Hanson on
and
30,
second
but we
on
are
items
taking it out,
31
right?
and 32.
Okay.
I'm making that motion.
Who seconded it? I did. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
So I make a motion for number 33 for only the L&V portion.
Is there a second? Second. And there's a second, and Mr. Molina, for the record, is abstaining.
Correct. That's right, Mayor.
Any further discussion on that? And you're gonna bring that back as quick? We don't need to
Yes.
slow something down
Yeah,
just 'cause we didn't get
we'll
to
bring
see
it back next Tuesday.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any public comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Molina can come back in. We've done 39. We're down to 41. Well, this is just about, this is housework. Let's try to get these, either the public hearing or get that 46 and some of these done. I know, let's jump down to that 46 right quick, I think. Yeah, let's do 46.
41.
Maxwell's are here, and I think there's other folks here that been waiting a long time, and we can dispense with this. On item 46, who's going to make that presentation? City Secretary, or?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, are you ready?
I'm waiting for one person. There she is. Okay. So, good evening, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Rebecca Huerta, City Secretary. Joining me today are Renee Couture, our City Traffic Engineer, and Arlene Medrano, Business Liaison with the City Manager's Office. And we're here to discuss item 46, a discussion and consideration regarding a preliminary application for street renaming. Paul, I have some handouts. Can you hand out those handouts? Next to mine. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. I forgot. So I do have some handouts of the presentation that Paul will be passing out, along with a summary document of the street renaming process for your review today. So to begin with, as background information, there are two documents that govern the street renaming process. The first is section 49-1 of the City Code, and you see an excerpt here of that section. The full text was provided in your packet, and we're also handing out a summary document of the street renaming process for your information. There are 6 steps in the street renaming process that are outlined in that summary document. The second document governing the process is Council Policy Number 7, which is in your packet and shown here. And the policy outlines several conditions under which the City Council declines to rename a street. The first one that I would point out is 7A. It says the council declines to rename streets in Corpus Christi except to serve a recognized purpose of local, regional, statewide, or national significance. And I'd also point out 7B4, in which the council declines to rename a street in the 1852 plan of Corpus Christi, and those streets are generally in the downtown area. And the plan was included in your packet. And of course, there are other considerations as well, which are outlined. So regarding the street naming request before you today, the city received a preliminary application from an eligible requester to rename William Street from Shoreline Boulevard to Lower Broadway Street to Lomax Street. The city traffic engineer and I met to review the request to determine its adherence to Council Policy Number 7. Based on the information provided in the preliminary application, staff finds that the request does not comply with Council Policy Number 7. So at that point, the policy tells us the city secretary notifies the council that the request does not comply with Policy Number 7. And I did that on December the 20th of 2019. So the policy states, unless otherwise directed by a majority of the council by the end of the next council meeting after notification, which is today, the city secretary will notify the applicant of the denial and the reasons for the denial. So as you look in this process and look at your summary document, we're on step 3 of the 6-step process. So this is just a map of William Street, the requested area that they're looking at, that the requester is looking at renaming North Shoreline Boulevard to Lower Broadway. And in her application, she did note the applicant cited the reason for the renaming was the similarity between William Street, which is here and which is downtown, to Williams Drive, which is in the south side. So here's a map of Williams Drive on the south side. So the council's options today, you can take no action if you choose to. And at that point, then the city secretary, I will notify the applicant of the denial and the reasons for the denial. Or the council can make a motion waiving Council Policy Number 7 to proceed with the process outlined in Section 49-1 of the City Code. And just to clarify the next steps in the process, if the council decides to waive Council Policy Number 7, Step 4 is an application submittal, formal application submittal. Step 5 is a survey process. Step 6 is a public hearing and an ordinance. And the ordinance requires 3/4 vote of the council to pass. There would be 2 readings of the ordinance, but it would require 3/4 vote of the council to pass that. So that concludes my presentation. We're ready to answer any questions you may have.
All right, anybody have any comment on this request to have the name, the street renamed? Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Our downtown, including the C District, or what was Irishtown, as Those street names represent our history. Those are our original founders of Corpus Christi. So I put great importance on that with it. But looking at William Street on there, that whether you go to Murphy Givens, the street of Corpus Christi, or Jim Maloney, everybody's scratching their head, where did William come from? Now, the co-founder of Corpus Christi was William Aubrey. But there's already a street named after him, and then there was a Scotsman named William Stewart that had a rancho on Mustang Island. But it seems like William is lost in time. He obviously wasn't enough, whoever William was, to be a part of this history, so I fully support changing this name to reflect our new history with it. Thanks.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you. The cost for replacing all the signs, is that incurred by the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I didn't see that in the.
It's on step 6 in the process, I think, listed. It says the applicant is responsible for all costs associated with the fabrication of new street name signs.
Okay. Do we know what that cost is?
You happen to know, Ms. Couture?
We would have to investigate.
Net estimate how many signs we're talking about?
If we are replacing the whole assembly, it might cost up to $650 per sign assembly.
Per sign?
Yes.
Okay,
the
if
whole
we're
assembly is
just
involved.
replacing the
blade.
The blade?
Yeah, we could fabricate that in-house, so the cost would be a lot less.
Okay. I mean, whatever that may be, you'll have to. I mean, it's just so they understand. They don't, agree to a large amount. You should probably give them the what that amount would prospectively be.
Yes.
I mean, I have no problem with actually renaming it. It actually makes some sense with William and Williams. But I just don't want to, say, hey, you could do it, and all of a sudden we give them a $20,000 bill. I just.
Or would just be like the rest of the streets in town don't have street signs.
Well, I mean, I don't want to do that either, but I just want to make sure that we have some prospect of they understand what the cost is.
What the estimate would be.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? All right, so you need a motion then to waive section.
Council policy number 7, so we can proceed with the rest with steps 4 through 6 of the process, if that's the will of the council.
Is there a second to that motion?
Motion?
Well,
You
can't
did.
make a motion.
Who did?
You did.
I'd
No,
make
he
a
didn't.
motion.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I'll second Everett's motion.
All right, Everett makes a motion and it's seconded that we waive the
Council policy number 7.
council policy and that we go to the, because I mean, the fact of the matter is, to my knowledge, nobody has a mailing address on William Street.
They're businesses.
There's businesses,
Yes,
but
sir.
they don't have a mailing, nothing fronts that. Their freight
I think they do.
receiving doors, I think, are on that street. You got 4
There
that
are-
receive
there
mail
are
on
4 to
William Street?
4 to 5, yes. There's 423, 425, 429, 401, and I believe a 403. So about 5 addresses.
When I've been down there, I didn't see any front doors. I saw doors, but I
We
didn't.
have 2020 Vintage Clothing Shop, Tees Salon.
Okay, they don't have a
Rebel
problem with
Toad.
that, though. Are they the property owners, or are they just the businesses down there?
They are tenants to the property owner.
But the property
The
owners,
requester is the property owner.
huh?
The requester
Is
is
the
the
property
property
owner.
owner, and these are her
So
tenants.
it's not gonna give her heartburn to change the name of the street then if we do that?
Doubt it.
All right. Okay, so we've got a request and we have a motion to waive
motion and a
section
second.
7.
Yes,
Right.
sir. Section 7 to proceed with the process outlined in section 49-1 of the city code. That's the full
Okay,
motion.
and that'll get it back here to be named Lomax Street.
Well, we got to go through that
Does
process.
And it
We're
comes
gonna
back to us then with an ordinance to finalize it. is that
Yes,
right?
after the applicant submits an official application, this is a preliminary. There's a survey that takes place, a processing fee, another fee that's required too, so we can research
Okay.
this whole process. So there's some other steps, but we're going to proceed with, we will proceed now that if the council passes this motion.
All right, there's a motion and a second. We'll give you time, or is Paul gonna call the roll, or?
You want to call the roll?
No, well, just all in favor, say aye. Aye. Oh, excuse me, whoa. Is there any public comment? I'm sorry.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Yeah.
Any public comment? Going once, going twice, gone? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you.
So we'll start the process. Okay, let's see, get my. Let you get back over there and, let's see, where were we?
Finished 33.
49 was,
We're back at 41, Mayor.
yeah, 46 we just did, right?
Yes, sir.
41.
All
We're
right,
on
41, we have a resolution supporting the development and implementation of a comprehensive industrial master plan for San Patricio County. Now, the reason this is significant to us is that Corpus Christi now is in San Patricio County, the city limits.
correct.
So tell us what this does, and is this a positive or a negative, or is it beneficial to all concerned? Isn't
Sure.
it the Rotary Pledge or something? Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of Planning Department. This next item is a proposed resolution supporting the development of a land use plan for the San Patricio County area. On this project, we were approached a couple weeks ago from the various entities over in the San Pat County area. And as you're aware, going through the annexation process, there is quite a bit of growth in the industrial sector in San Patricio County, which kind of brought some issues, challenges, and how to kind of deal with some of those. This kind of just highlights some of the projects you've got sitting out here with the newest announcement with the Steel Dynamics project. Obviously, we have the Exxon project, some of the newer ones, and then lots of investment occurring on the existing with expansions. And obviously, I think there's plenty of projects that are probably looking at our area for future years. This slide just highlights some of the job activity we're seeing. We obviously have a huge increase spike with construction going on over there for the next 2 to 3 years, and then we'll kind of see increases in those new plants once constructed into future years after that. But obviously with all that growth does come challenges for the area. Trying to determine the best places for residential, commercial, and industrial. Balancing the economics with providing a good quality of life for people in the San Pat area. Maintaining clean air, clean stormwater is important to the community. And looking at the transportation systems with the rail, the highway system. I know TxDOT's over there looking at now. They're having issues at the interchange at Gregory. And as it coming into 181, and how you can facilitate traffic through there at peak times with the plant construction traffic. And then infrastructure costs, where should we be spending money on roads, utility systems, how to promote development, and then additional incentives also are going to be part of how you can deal with this area and put uses where you think they're most appropriate. This is just a look at the potential study area. Again, this project, this planning effort would focus on land use, infrastructure needs, transportation, incentives. And that's, in a county it's tough because you don't have a whole lot of tools as far as land use controls, but incentives may be the one biggest thing they do have, and they could maybe promote areas for industrial development using incentives. Some of the stakeholders that will be involved with this through this process, you'll obviously have the existing industries, the cities that are over there, school districts, the Port of Corpus Christi, the rail companies, realtors, developers, TxDOT, and then obviously the large property owners would certainly be involved throughout the process. Some of the next steps that would be involved, like this presentation, this is happening. There's 3 or 4 cities that have already approved resolutions. The San Pat County has. Seeking resolutions of support. There will be a third party. The MPO has been identified, at least initially, as kind of a neutral that could help regulate and kind of work through the RFP process and manage that consultant, and then handle kind of the coordination of a lot of the public meetings that would be involved. So they're still kind of going through, how that process would work, and then the distribution of costs, that still needs some more discussion. We don't necessarily have a final cost on what a planning project like this would be. This is really the first step. As we get a little further along, we'll identify costs and then talk about a fair way that those costs should be distributed among the various entities. And then finally, the selection of the consultant would be the last step. So that concludes the presentation overall. I think it's a great project for the region. It's something that in our planning group we were talking about when we were going through the annexation process of a need to kind of identify certain land use and taking a closer look at the utility systems and get a better feel for how that would work. This This project kind of takes that to a more regional level and working with those different partner agencies over there. So overall, we think it's a good project for the region, and we support moving forward with it.
All right, you see more upside than downside, or?
Yes, sir. I think,
I mean,
you
it's
know,
just a good way to approach it.
yes, definitely.
And-
You know,
and-
the more we can work with the folks over there and coming up with, you know, a plan of where we should be promoting industrial and just having some different uses and a coordinated effort, you know, I think it would help certainly our area as well. I think the utility side, it will be big for us in working a little bit closer with the folks over there and how we can develop the tracks that are part of our jurisdiction now.
And the EDCs, both San Patricio and Corpus Christi EDC is involved in the process, or will be, I guess, in the planning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's good. I mean, we're a regional deal, and that's a pretty important part of the region over there, and we need to be working together. And, I mean, we just don't want anything that would hinder us from helping expand something over there, but they will be the beneficiaries at some point when it does happen. So if we're all in it and keep a voice, well, I think that's a good thing.
Agree.
Mr. Smith?
Well, I'd just like to echo your comments, Mr. Mayor, that the fact that San Patricio County is the originator on it, and we're partnering up and being part of the process and working with our neighbors and looking at a regional approach, because San Pat, we've got a number of municipalities on there, so it's very, I think, good for our region that that we're partners in this and respecting those other municipalities and working with San Patricio County on moving our region ahead. So thank you, Mr. McGinn, for your work.
All right, entertain any other discussion? Any public comment? Were you wanting to, anybody back there wanting to say anything? Yes, sir. Come on down, Flower Bluff. We want you, we appreciate you visiting downtown Corpus Christi all the way from Flower Bluff.
Yeah. James Skrabarczyk, 714 Oriole, Corpus Christi, formerly Flower Bluff. I don't know if everybody is aware of how far our ETJ goes into San Patricio County. So if that's what I just wanted to say, is as long as, because I know probably most of the people out there aren't aware, we take up a good portion of San Patricio County, and I suspect that gives us the right to develop as a city into that where our ETJ is, because they're limited on their, Portland and those cities are very limited on their ETJ from what I understand. So that, I suspect that gives us the right to develop into that county. That would be most of that county. I don't know if that all would become the city of Corpus Christi. I'm not sure how all those legal things work, but
Our ETJ is pretty extensive, but we've also did some annexation last year that we've actually got city limits within a considerable amount of San Patricio County, and then our ETJ is, and we've negotiated with some and given some to city of Portland because that wind farm development knocked out a lot of potential residential, which they're really needing rooftops. And we gave them some of our ETJ that we'd never developed as a kind of at their request, and was we're accommodating. So we're all working together on it, but we do. That's what I'm just want to make sure we don't. And I don't think they would, but we we need to be involved in the process so that there's not something put in there that would prohibit us from doing whatever we want to do.
I totally agree with you, Mr. Mayor. That's we ought to really pay attention to that. It's an opportunity to either do real well for the city of Corpus Christi or real well for other cities. And I guess we would want to see Corpus Christi grow.
Yeah. Well,
thank you.
But I think we've, according to Mr. McGinn, I think our relationship with the other folks, I mean, we're all kind of hoping to make it good for everybody. All right, there's a motion on the floor. We do have a motion, right?
No move.
All right. We have a motion and a second now. And any more public comment? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. Public hearing, are we right? 42. Public hearing is a zoning case, AGCE Corporation, property near Morgan Avenue. Landmark Commission, Planning Commission, and staff recommend denial. 3/4 vote required to overrule the Planning Commission's recommendation. So who's bringing us this denial today?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you today is the rezone of property located at 3001 Morgan Avenue. The case is to rezone from light industrial with an historic overlay to light industrial. The purpose is to remove the historical overlay for building renovations. The applicant is AGCE Corp., represented by Anthony Gutierrez, and I'm not quite sure if he's still here. The property is located along the south side of Morgan Avenue, east of Elgin Street and west of Southport Avenue. The property fronts Morgan Avenue, which is designated as an A1 minor arterial. To the north across Morgan Avenue are commercial properties zone light industrial. To the south are single-family residences zone light industrial. To the east is a small commercial business zoned CN1, and south of that is a multifamily apartment complex zoned RM1. To the west are small commercial businesses also zoned light industrial. The property is 0.87 acres in size, and it is platted. The subject property consists of the former physician's office of Dr. Hector B. Garcia. The building was constructed in 1965, and the historical designation was given in 2004. The proposed rezoning to light industrial is inconsistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, incompatible with the adjoining residential properties, and could potentially have a negative impact on those surrounding properties. Corpus Christi Preservation Plan and the Unified Development Code describes applicable characteristics of preserving properties with historic value and culture. Dr. Hector B. Garcia is recognized in his community for his community service as a medical physician in Corpus Christi and as a political social activist. The Landmark Commission, the Planning Commission, and staff recommend denial of the removal of the historic overlay, primarily because this rezoning is inconsistent with the adopted comprehensive plan and incompatible with the adjoining residential properties. Also, the proposed rezoning is contrary to the Corpus Christi Preservation Plan and the Unified Development Code concerning preserving properties with historic and cultural value. We stand by for questions.
All right, Mr. Roy.
Thanks. Sorry, and I apologize, one last thing. Because Planning Commission, because all have denied it, 3/4 vote is required to overrule the Planning Commission's recommendation. Sorry, go on.
I don't think the developer's here right now, right?
Anthony Gutierrez, probably not. He was here earlier, but it's 5:30.
Yeah. Do we have an idea of what they're planning as far?
Sure, we've met with him several times. There are several issues. One, he bought the property, he didn't know it had a historical overlay, and maybe the title search didn't reveal that. So he came and he was kind of upset, and we explained to him, here's some options, and one of the options is a certificate of appropriateness, which would have allowed him to do what he wanted to do. But I think he really wants to sell the property, so he goes, I don't want that. So he asked us to go forward with it like it is, even though we said, hey, it's going to get denied. He says, well, I'll take my chances. And planning commission did that, and even at planning commission, we said, okay, we can, you know, they said, work with this applicant, which we were trying to work with the applicant, but since he was denied at planning commission, which I think is over a month and a half ago, he's not submitted an application for a certificate of appropriateness. He's not contacted us. He's not really engaged to do anything different. So I was expecting to talk to him before this, and I saw him earlier, but he wants to renovate the building. And if you have seen the building, it's in very, very bad disrepair, right? It's really sad that if this is a historical structure, we've allowed it to get this. And that was his point. Like, if it was really something, why wouldn't you guys take care of it? And he made a great point, but still, we just can't let this historic overlay go away. So that's why.
Mr. Nat, go ahead. You through there.
I'm sure I'll have more questions, but go ahead, Mayor.
You got your light on?
Okay, so what happens? We disapprove this. It sits there empty. Roof caved in. What then? I mean, what was the discussion?
Right, well, this discussion, that's kind of his point, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, and Michael, you can help me here. At some point, our denial only lasts, if I'm correct, 180 days. Then he can do with the property what he chooses to do with the property. We were trying to work out a negotiation where we could keep the historic overlay, give him the facade he wanted, that would allow, because he wanted to make it in doctor's offices again. Which I thought he was buying into that when we talked on the night of planning commission, but I've not heard from him. He's not reached out. We haven't been able to engage with him, so I'm not quite sure what he wants to do. However, he's the property owner. When we deny this, 180 days later, in theory, he could raise the entire site. That's correct, right?
So the UDC allows, as part of the certificate of appropriateness process, if they were to go to Landmark Commission and be denied, the UDC has basically a stopgap, a wait of 180 days for demolition, 90 days for a denial of a C of A for an improvement or a change to a property. So if the property was going to be demoed, he'd have 180 days. If he was denied a C of A, he could wait 180 days and still demo. That's just the out that the UDC has. Same thing with a change to the property. If he had plans to increase the height of the parapet in the front, change the colors, possibly remove the sign, which some people feel is a historic sign, the can that's left out front for the pharmacy and medical office. Again, if he was denied that through Landmark Commission, he simply could wait 90 days and still go forward with his plans.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
After 90 days for a C of A, if it was denied for a change, he could wait 90 days and still do what he wanted. Same thing with a demolition. If the demolition was denied after 180 days, he could do what he wanted. What that gap is for, originally the thought process was the owner applicant would work with Landmark Commission to come up with a compromise, as it were, and it would give them 90 days or 180 days to do that. But again, the way it's written, you simply just have to wait.
All right, so you've got the owner of the property asking that the GI Forum wrote on September this year that they're asking that the historical designation be taken off or overlay be taken off. Huh?
That's what I remember.
Correct.
Yeah, well, here's a letter in the file. They sent it, said the building is deteriorated to the point it's, non-usable. It's declined over the last 20 years. I mean, the next thing you're gonna have is the National Guard coming in and bulldozing it.
Correct.
Now, there's another letter in here, and I understand, Dr. Hector's daughter is wanting to keep it, but, there's emotion and there's reality. I mean, the owner of the property, the GI Forum, is asking that it be removed so that the title can be cleaned up and sold to somebody. You could always, I guess, put a historical marker on the location.
True.
But, I mean, if you've got a person there that, and I don't know whether by law the realtor is supposed to designate they've got a historical overlay if the property owner knew it or didn't know it, that's somebody else's issue. There's all kinds of lawyers that can probably get interested in that. But It appears to me if the owner's statement is true, that he bought the property and it wasn't disclosed to him, it had this historical overlay on it. I mean, and then he wants to come do something and finds out later. I don't know how you find that out until you come down to get a permit if it's not disclosed at the time of title transfer. I mean, that constitutes a taking. You've eliminated the value of the property if you can't do anything with it. And we've got the courthouse down here now. I mean, everybody thinks it's wonderful too, but I don't care how much emotion, that doesn't build new bricks and new lights.
It's this body's vote that will set the direction of this property. But the reason I think why it's relatively important is that we do not have a robust historic presence here in Corpus Christi. I'm a new person here. I've only been here almost 4 months. But, you know, there are historic structures here that we collectively, and I'm not saying this body, but I'm just saying us as the regulatory body, we don't do a very good job of protecting them, right?
Well, let me point you to Heritage Park, if you
That's
want to see our robust support of protecting our heritage.
And I understand
that's
that.
pitiful.
I know.
And we all put that together with the total commitment to take care of it, and half those houses are falling down.
But that, and I agree with you, but that doesn't.
We ought to clean up our own act before we do something else.
So if we have historic designations and historic structures, the first line of defense is just not to let them go away, right? We can always let it go away, but hopefully.
Let me ask you this: if we sent code enforcement out there, they would come back and tell you to order a demolition of this building.
Possibly, but
No,
the reason why
reality.
But the reason why we would not is because it has a historic overlay.
Well, I'm sorry.
Understood.
And again, just to clarify, the GI Forum did sell the property to the current owner, and that disclosure may have happened at that point. The non-disclosure, I'm sorry.
Well, but they're the ones evidently put it on there to save it. They were gonna try to save it and salvage it, and they either couldn't raise the money or they got in a fuss and couldn't decide on what they were gonna do with it. And for 25 years now, they haven't done anything with it, so they sold it. And then, oh, by the way, they disclosed to him, oh, yeah, we got an overlay after they got his money, I guess. I don't know. Or you guys disclosed it to him when he came down to get his permits. So, I mean, I think we ought to move forward with it and move it. That's my personal opinion. We've got a lot of stuff here. If we took care of our history, I mean, go down to Heritage Park if you want to restore history. We've gone to the expense to move some of these old homes down there, and then we're not maintaining them.
And one is being demolished, even as we speak.
So I mean, we're a little hypocritical for us trying to force other people to take care of property when we don't do it. Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you just, I just need a little bit more clarification. The certificate of appropriateness, does that allow the building owner to make repairs or renovations, alterations, whatever they want to do, but still maintain the outside facade? Is that correct?
The C of A actually gives them the approval to do the changes that they have proposed. Typically, C of A's align with whatever originally was with the building. They do allow for some variance to materials, colors, things of that nature. Typically, the Landmark Commission tries to work with a property owner to make sure that whatever they're doing is somewhat true to the original, but they do allow variances in all different aspects. But the C of A is the actual approval.
Okay, so once, or if this is approved with a C of A, then the building owner can start construction or whatever they want to do with that building. And in order to get the C of A, they would have to work with the Landmark Commission. Is that correct?
Correct. They would apply for a C of A to be approved by them.
Yes. Okay, got it. Thank you.
I want to understand, but if we don't do anything, let's just say we don't do anything, in 90 days, he has the right then, since he purchased the property, to basically demolish the structure.
Demos are 180 days.
180, excuse me.
90 days are for improvements.
So 180 days, all bets are off. He can demolish the building.
Yes.
And then if he demolishes the building, is there any, in terms of rebuilding, is there any limitations?
Limitations? No. I mean, just, he has to build within the code and in the required zone, but all of the historical questions that we talk about now are certainly gone.
It would still have the historic designation, and there still would be any future development would still go through Landmark, but again, there's no structure, there's really nothing for Landmark to review.
Do we have public comment on this?
Yeah.
This is a public hearing.
Can we
Yeah,
see if there's any public comment?
Yeah,
Would
sure.
you wanna
Anybody
open the
on
public
council
hearing?
have their questions? Mr. Garza, you got a question? Okay, public comment. Anyone want to make a comment? Somebody stood up back there. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Open the public hearing, right?
Oh, yeah, we're opening the public hearing. We're always open.
Good afternoon, council. My name is Heidi Havda. I live at 1022 Harrison Street, and I am in District 2. I'm here solely today because I am a citizen of this community who cares about history. And I just feel compelled to bring up some general relevant points into the public record. There's no doubt that there are many people who would love to see this building rehabilitated from its current disgraceful state. But it cannot and should not happen at the cost of removing the historic designation, the overlay that protects the history of what happened at this property. Removing the designation will last forever. It shouldn't be thought of as a transitional or intermediate measure to assist the applicant. Rather, it's a permanent measure that has long-term effects. Should this property ever be sold without the historical overlay to protect the significance, symbolically, of what happened at this property, all of the recognition of what happened at Dr. Hector's office will be erased. The very location that Dr. Hector chose to establish his busy medical practice was intentional. He wanted to serve the underserved. He wanted to provide easy access of his services to his people, the people whose lives he spent helping. Even now, decades later, you can understand why this remarkable man selected this property to be the location where he worked. And what exactly happened on that property? It was ground zero for desegregating schools in CCISD. That battle resulted in a landmark case before the U.S. Supreme Court, Cisneros versus CCISD, which finally desegregated schools in Corpus Christi. He worked directly with President Richard Nixon's Office of Civil Rights to gain better educational facilities and materials for Latino children in Corpus Christi. When President John F. Kennedy was assassinated, it was from his desk on this property that he wrote a Western Union to his friend and sometime adversary, Lyndon B. Johnson, offering his condolences and assistance in the transitional months ahead. And President Johnson sent his reply to Dr. Hector at that property. It was from this office that Dr. Hector B. Garcia and his colleagues helped create the Voto Latino campaign, which helped register so many Latinos to vote. It was from this office that Dr. Hector P. Garcia helped the sick and the poor, and he did this with no charge very often. It was from this office that almost every single person who ran for public office in Nueces County or anywhere near Nueces County during a time would stop and pay homage. Many sitting elected officials have spoken publicly about paying Dr. Hector Garcia a visit before even running their campaign. His life's work led to the President Ronald Reagan giving him the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1984. I've only scratched the surface. Please keep this historic overlay in place. It's so ironic. Dr. Hector's birthday is January 17th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This is incredibly ironic, the kind of day that we've talked about history and civil rights. And on this day, we want to remove the historic designation of a great man and somebody and a historic designation that we should be proud of as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, any public comment? Any other public comment? All right, close the public hearing. So the 90 days starts from when?
90 days for the C of A would happen, the 90 days would begin after, say, a denial from the Landmark Commission. So if you applied, it went to Landmark and it was denied, that 90-day cycle would start again for improvements. If the application was for demolition, that 180 days would start at that denial time.
So for the Landmark Commission or for us?
Landmark Commission.
The
for
Landmark
C of A,
Commission.
correct.
So when it goes from here, if we deny taking it off, and it's still a historical marker, or still historical designation, or overlay, whatever they call it, they gotta go to the Historical Commission,
Landmark Commission, correct.
Landmark Commission, and they ask for it to be removed.
No, they would ask for a certificate of appropriateness to do either an improvement to the property or a demolition to the property. And at that point,
And if they refuse to give him something in 90 days, he can tear it down?
again, demolitions are 180 days if he asks for full demo. At Landmark Commission, the applicant was discussing keeping walls and creating a possible medical clinic, which is similar to what's across the street, but he didn't have full-fledged plans at that time. But he has not applied for a C of A at this point, a certificate of appropriateness, for either an improvement or a demolition. But those have to be approved or denied by Landmark Commission, and that time would start then.
But it's the owner of the, current owner of the property that's asking for the overlay to be removed.
Correct.
But, okay, I want to make sure I understand one point. If we deny removing this historic overlay, the new owner can't remove it. He can, under the COA in that, alter the building, its current structure. And if he waits 180 days, he could actually tear the structure down. But the historical overlay still remains. Is that how I understand this?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I think is the clarifying point.
So it would be a historical overlay over a vacant piece of property.
Potentially.
When you say potentially, explain yourself.
Again,
If the
depending on
building
what
is
the,
raised, right.
yeah, depending on what, if he's going to do a complete demolition, complete raising of the property, yes, at that point. Again, they had shown interest, and Landmark Commission actually spoke with the applicant to work with them on potential improvements to the property. My gut feeling is he doesn't want to demo the property. Again, demoing a property and starting over is not necessarily the easiest route. I was in construction for 20 years. That building still has potential. And it really does obviously have a historic significance, but it's got potential to be improved as is. It's actually would cost less to do rather than a raise and a full build.
And staff is recommending the denial of removing the historic
Of the
overlay.
historic overlay, yes, sir.
So if we did agree with basically keeping the historic overlay, we would be agreeing with staff's recommendation too.
Correct.
Correct.
Staff, Landmark Commission, and Planning Commission.
Yeah. That's all.
Mr. Garza?
It seems to me like there'd be an opportunity to create a win-win. If he wants to redo the building and doesn't really care for it to be designated as a historical site, you could still possibly sit down and negotiate with him, possibly putting a historical marker and there at that site, so that people could still go by and actually see that was Dr. Hector P. Garcia's.
I believe it was at Planning Commission, he had mentioned something about incorporating a marker, and if you're familiar with that building, it actually has a kind of a patio area.
Yes.
And that marker would be in that patio area, that way people could visit that marker as well. Again, he had shown some interest in keeping the building, but he hasn't applied for a C of A at this time. He just wants the H removed, we assume, for resale.
But we hope that we can reach that compromise, right? We hope he does reach out and we can work something out with him so that we can keep the historical overlay and he can have the resulting business he wants.
In your opinion,
Well, it's not a
what
historical
would get
document.
us,
This is just something local.
what would get us closer to getting him to agree to
I think we,
keeping the historical
I really just
designation?
think we need more conversation, more dialogue. It was such a very quick meeting because it was even though he did come to our office and we met with him, but we've not sat down. He's not really giving us any plans to look at, like Michael said. So I just think more dialogue, we could get to that point. We're in no way wanting to prevent him from doing what he wants to do because the building is empty. It's an attractive nuisance as it is now. So we want to make sure he gets the product he wants, it gets populated, and then we get to keep the historic overlay.
And Landmark Commission and Planning Commission both said they would be willing to work with him. Landmark especially, there were some questions on the glazing on the front windows. He had potential changes that he was thinking about. Landmark said that they were open for those changes. He just needed to present that to them as part of the certificate of appropriateness process.
So if we vote to deny, to uphold staff's recommendation and planning commission's recommendation, in your opinion, will that get him sooner to the table, or will that discourage him and just get him to?
Well, he obviously knows we've recommended denial. We just have to reach out to him and find out what his plan is, right? So it's just more dialogue, and we don't have a combative relationship. We just hadn't heard from him and hadn't reached out in a while, so we'll do that.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Gosh, we spent all the time on Martin Luther King's birthday, and like Heidi said, this office was ground zero for a really changing time in this community. And I think any effort to remove that historical designation would be a huge mistake. It would be a lack of recognition of what happened in this city. And we're hearing they've got alternatives on there, and that property, when this owner acquired it, it had that restriction, just like you have an easement on your property or something else. That followed with the property. But President Reagan recognized Dr. Hector's contributions. State of Texas, we have a date for him on there. And particularly, this just wasn't a little sideline. This was the office that he did all that work in. That office was renowned, how you would go in there and it was so busy with it, and he was taking care of people in need and talking to the presidents, and a truly remarkable Texan, one of our native sons. So I hope the owner on there recognizes that in this community. We heard so much coming out today from Martin Luther King. But I would hope that there's some others out there that would be willing to bring this forward and keep this area, I think, for generations to come. We need to recognize it and how important it is, and Dr. Hector's contribution to this community. Thanks.
Mr. Hunter?
Thank you. I want to echo what Councilman Smith said and what Heidi Hovda said. Dr. Hector P. Garcia, I think that was very funny when, actually, I think the mayor said this, stories of politicians before I was born, unfortunately, would always, I've heard from my dad and the mayor and a lot of other gentlemen up here, and that you would go pay homage to this Dr. Hector P. Garcia's HQ. You think it would be this, monstrous building because of how big his name is and his legacy, and it's just his nice little humble shop. And that's what Corpus Christi is people like Dr. Hector have built that humbleness in our city. I 100% agree with them. It is kind of hard to put all these things together, so if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you a couple questions that have definitely already been asked. You said the GI form connections with the buyer or something like that in there. I was trying to follow 3 conversations at once.
To my understanding, the GI form was once the owner who let the building kind of fall in disrepair. This gentleman bought it, his group bought it, and he shared with us that he was unaware that it had this.
That gentleman's name, though, is?
His name is Anthony, sorry.
That's all, yeah.
Anthony Gutierrez.
And he's been part of the GI forum.
AGCG.
AGCG? Okay. I mean, he's our local hero. He's the Martin Luther King of Corpus Christi. I mean, it's kind of hard, but yeah, I'm voting with. So if we want to keep it as Dr. Hector Pease and not change anything or prevent it from being deconstructed, we don't want to lose it. How are we supposed to vote? Denial?
You support the denial,
Of support,
yes.
okay, support the denial, thank you.
Support the denial.
But just for some clarification, this is not a historic site. It has this is a city historic overlay.
The building is.
Correct. There is not a state designation.
No,
this
this
is
is just
a
some
local historic
Our
overlay.
local ordinance saying this is a historic place to Corpus Christi.
Correct.
And you're saying, and you're saying that if you keep it on there, and he goes to the historical
Landmark Commission.
And makes some request, and they don't accommodate his request, in 90 days, then he can proceed to do what he wants to other than demo it. And if he goes and says, I want to demo it,
In
in
180
180
days, he can do
days,
that,
then he
right.
can demo it.
Right.
So if our concern is we want something to be preserved over there, whether it be the actual building or the right to put a plaque on there, a historical marker, I mean,
How do we do that?
yeah, I mean, he, as the property owner, he'd have the right to raise the building and put what he wanted to, but the historical overlay would require that somewhere on the property, this designation identification would be, now with the, I keep calling it the historical.
Landmark Commission.
Landmark Commission. They pay for those plaques, or is that a requirement of the landowner?
I don't know that. I can't answer that.
I think the
sir.
Landmark Commission pays for
They
those.
pay for 'em.
They're about $500 or $1,000 or something like that, yeah. I know
But
Nita
the- but-
Eisenhower was really aggressive on that in terms of doing it and did a great job.
But if I can answer your question, you're absolutely right. Then you might be saying, well, then why are we here? Then that 180 days or that 90-day buffer is really for us, hopefully, to reach out to them. Reasonable people reach out together and hopefully talk and create something that can be developed that has these things, the historical marker, and he has the facade that really, represents what we wanted, what we collectively, or I should say the Landmark Commission wants to remain, and behind it is a functioning business. That's really kind of our goal.
All right.
Yeah, that all can go south, and we understand that, but our goal is hopefully to reach out and come to a compromise that everyone's happy with.
All right, but getting back to my original question, we want to protect the right to identify the property and recognize it for its historical significance. I don't have a problem with that. But you've got a deteriorating building over there, and without being discriminatory, if you send code enforcement out to a piece of property that was owned by Joe Smith in that same condition, chances are pretty good they'd come back and tell you it needs to be torn down. But we're not doing that. So, you still preserve the right to have the identification of a historical designated marker on that property if it's not safe and for public health and safety, and the last thing Dr. Hecker would want was his building to be a hazard to people's health and safety.
Correct.
But the recognition of what he did there and his historical significance, I have no problem with that whatsoever, and I'd recommend that we talk to the Landmark Commission about starting to put together the information for a historical marker now, no matter who ends up with it at some point. So just leave it there, let him run his course in 90 days or 180 days and see where he goes after that. If we go in there with the National Guard or whoever it is with code enforcement, we've still retained the right to put the historical marker on the property, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you need a motion to support the denial?
Correct. If that's what the body wants to do.
That gives the best of both worlds. Whoever the property owner is can do what he wants to if he just follows the procedure.
Exactly.
And we've protected the right for us or Ms. Akers or whoever it is that wants to go in there and put a designated historical marker on the site.
Correct.
That preserves their right to do that, this historical umbrella or whatever you're calling it.
Correct.
Overlay. And by voting in favor of supporting the staff recommendation, that does that.
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion to that effect?
I move.
All right, Mr. Roy makes a motion and.
Second.
Excuse me?
We were just saying the overlay stays. That's what he was saying to me, yes. The overlay stays, of course.
Yes, but then if you're saying either 90 or 180 days, he can either remodel or do away with it, but we've still maintained the right to have the opportunity to put a historical marker if the building is not renovated to the total
As well as the
reproduction,
opportunity,
so to speak.
absolutely, and to work with
Yeah.
the property owner to
Because, I mean,
to preserve as much.
It would be absolutely contradictory to what he was trying to do, is to leave that property in a deteriorated state and it becomes a health hazard for the neighborhood. And that's what if it's not now, it's getting that way pretty quick. Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Roy, seconded by
By Mr. Garza,
Mr.
that's what
Garza.
I heard.
All right, any other public comment? Huh? Mr. Hunter? What, no, what you got? We're discussing it.
Well, that puts, well, I understand.
Can you turn your mic on, Mr. Hunter?
Yeah, if it hurts, then it's not a good idea.
Well, when we met with him at Planning Commission, he didn't want to, he didn't want to pull it. He wanted to run it to see what your vote would be, even though we said, and he's aware that we're going to reach out to him and say, hey, look, there's a way you can still get what you want. He just wanted to remove it, and not that he wanted to do something crazy with the building. He just didn't want that to limit him, because you know how historical overlays can kind of limit you in the design phase. So.
Well, did you explain it to him as clearly as, if I understand, if I am him, after what you've told me,
He
is
just waits and this problem goes away, of course.
I go do my thing and I start 110, I'm gonna come tear down that building. I'm speaking hypothetically. If I'm him, I come up to the Landmark Commission and say, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tear that building down in 180 days. What leverage do they say, no, you can't, or yes, you can? They don't have any leverage.
They have none, right?
No. So I got this historical overlay on my top of my property. 180 days, I go in there and I bulldoze it. Still got this historical. I build me a house, but that historical overlay says right by my driveway, there's a right to put a historical marker that this is where Dr. Hector P. Garcia's office was at one time, and give his history just like we have all these other Texas historical sites.
Correct. You're absolutely right. But he could do all of that, right? But when he found out what we shared with him, he wants to be a good neighbor. I think he's out of Austin, I don't remember, but he wants to be a good neighbor, and he goes, okay, I understand, let me see if I can do something that relates. He just wants the overlay removed and still be able to do what he wants to do. So I think we can reach a compromise with him without doing that, but he does ultimately have the option you just explained.
Well, I mean, it doesn't take much space to put a historical marker down. And you've preserved and identified the site.
Yes, but he's wanting to go beyond that and keep
Well, let
some
him
of the
knock
structure.
himself out if he wants to do that, that's fine.
True. He just wants to be a good neighbor, and,
Yeah,
and
all right.
hopefully we can.
All right, there's a
successfully
motion
do
and a
that.
second to approve or agree with the denial. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay. That's number 42. 43 is Virgil and Carolyn Green, ordinance, manufactured home district from RS6, single family 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval.
Mayor and council, the case before you is to rezone 3850 Herring Drive from RMH Manufacturing Housing District to RS6 Single Family District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a single-family home. The applicant is Virgil and Carolyn Green, represented by Miguel Saldana.
Is the applicant here?
Miguel was here for a long time.
Yeah, he left. Said he had to go to San Antonio.
Okay. All right, well, the planning commission and the staff are recommending approval, right?
Yes.
All right, well, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody here want to make a comment? Seeing no one wants to make a public comment, we'll close the public hearing. There's a motion and second on item 43 for approval based on the planning commission and staff recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 44 zoning case, Corpus Christi Housing Authority, District 1. Property located at or near 2427 Francis Street. They want to go from RS6 to single family 6 to
Single
the
family, two-family.
RSTF.
Two-family duplex, right.
If you redo this universal development code, would y'all please put it in English?
We are working on that, right? Even as we speak, we're working on that.
Okay, is the applicant here? You been waiting all day for this? Come on down. It's after 6 o'clock. It's not costing us any money. Now, the planning commission and the staff recommended approval. You're not going to talk us out of it, are you? No. Okay.
Dan Brown with the Corpus Christi Housing Authority, 3701 Ayers. All we're looking to do is take a large piece of property, divide it in half, and build 2 duplexes on it. The duplexes will each have 3-bedroom, 2-bath units in them, and they'll be for rent by the Housing Authority.
All right. That sounds like a plan. And planning staff and planning commission and staff recommend approval.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second.
Did
Have
you
we had-
open and
did-
close the public hearing? Was that the
Did we
public
open the
hearing?
public hearing?
We had Dan.
Yeah.
I don't know, you're moving
You spoke during the
real
public
fast.
hearing, right? That's what you thought?
It was the applicant, I thought, so. he's-
Well, he is the applicant.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay, we'll open the public hearing, anybody
just
but the
close it.
applicant. The applicant got to speak while we were talking about it, the public hearing. No one
Okay.
wants to speak.
Just checking.
Closed. Entertain a motion for passage of item 44 in support of the planning commission. The staff recommended approval. And you got a motion and a second already, right?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, item 45, ordinance adopting East London Area Wastewater Master Plan. Oso Creek, that's sure getting to be a popular place. Who's making that presentation? Dan McGinn. Dan McGinn, the plan man.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of Planning. Helping me also in the presentation is Gabriel Hinojosa with our Utilities Group. This next item is a proposed ordinance amending the wastewater master plan within the London area as requested by John Tamez, the property owner. This slide kind of shows the subject property highlighted here with the blue polygon here. City limits is identified here with this black line, kind of runs the length of Oso Creek in this area. And then you have Weber Road coming out of the city there. His property is just south of Weber Road, and then here's Crosstown. So he's kind of in that southeast quadrant of that intersection. Also in the slide, I did want to point out the project proposal is Kings Lake Phase 2. This project was recently annexed by the city back in December, this property. And I did want to point out on this location, we do have the Greenwood master plan here to the kind of northwest. The area here in the orange is an area that we've already covered with the master plan. We have the development of the London Town project and then the King's Landing project that was recently annexed also in the London area. London School also is within that kind of orange boundary. City property here kind of to the north. And then the Community Foundation owns a large tract there on the that northwest corner. Other point on this slide is we do have a large part of kind of Oso Creek and kind of north, it travels to the Oso wastewater plant. So I just wanted to make a distinction between kind of the boundaries between Oso going to this way, and then ultimately a lot of the work that has been done in the past kind of shows the London area all going to the Greenwood plant in the future years. This is a closer look at the subject property. It's approximately 280 acres with a kind of a potential build out of about 1,000 homes. The request came in by the applicant to look at an area identified with kind of with that red polygon. That was an initial request to look at wastewater service It had a couple of different options. Basically, we had a lift station on the subject track with an option 1 that took some flow into the residential area and into the Oso Basin, and then another option that basically kind of took a longer force main from that lift station up to the Greenwood plant directly. So in working with the applicant, we felt like if we were going to have a lift station built in that area, we'd like to look at a larger a basin. If you have a lift station, let's look at as much acreage as we could serve. So we identified this area in yellow as kind of a first look. And then this is the subject tract here, and you can see the lift station identified with the green square there. This blue, again, is just the area that's already been approved as part of a master plan for that Greenwood area. I'm sorry, and then kind of this is Staples, kind of the south boundary of that area, and then here's the crosstown, so to kind of give you an idea, perspective of how large that is, and it's just under the 2,700 acres. So we took that information, we moved forward, and we hosted an open house here at City Hall on November 14th with all of the impacted property owners within that Yellow Basin area. All the feedback that we got was supportive. We had some small modifications, I think, to the boundary to include some additional area. But we also did get some questions and comments about some of the technical work that was done and what we're calling kind of a phase 2 approach. And here's the map, or the Exhibit A that's part of the ordinance. So we are moving forward with this request in a phase 1. So here's the subject property, the owner's property, and it has the lift station, which would be the kind of an ultimate build-out lift station. So that would be kind of set in place with this phase 1 approach that we're recommending today. And then there would be a smaller force main that would be built that would allow for a maximum flow of 0.4 MGD. Then we had some feedback, a lot of comments came back to us. We had laid out kind of a gravity system that laid out how this entire area would receive service. We had some feedback about that. So our plan is to move forward and look at kind of a reevaluation of this area and how it would be served technically. Gabe's kind of already started looking at that. We would be then looking to host another open house with the impacted property owners in this area to kind of get additional feedback on that particular design. It would we'd probably be looking at some additional acreage, I think, kind of after we go through the London area development plan. I think we have some folks that may have some interest outside of even this yellow area, so we probably will include some additional acreage. But what we're looking forward, or asking today, is that we would approve this phase 1 approach that sets the lift station location and then allows for this connection, this smaller force main that connect into the residential area, Kings Lake Unit 1. And then we would be coming back to the Planning Commission, City Council with a phase 2 approach that would look to serve that larger Yellow Basin within the next few months. And Gabe can maybe talk a little bit more about that. But so today, recommend approval of kind of the phase 1 approach, lift station location, a small force main, kind of setting the basin area. And then we would be back with the more technical analysis of how you would serve that larger area in a few months. So with that, I'd recommend approval, but we're happy, obviously, to take any question. I know the applicant is here also with their engineer to answer any questions you may have. Yeah.
Okay,
And this is a public hearing also, Mayor.
it's a public hearing, so it's not, they're not making any planning commission, I mean, it's not, this is just the plan you're bringing us, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and the applicant here, or whoever is doing this? It's you again.
I let all my family do the speaking on MLK this morning. Congratulations. My name is Diane Gonzalez-Cibrian, 333 Santa Monica, Corpus Christi, Texas. And in the interest of time, I'd love to answer your questions. We also have a presentation that we have given to you, and we've also given to the Planning Commission related to this project, Kings Lake Phase 2. Kings Lake Phase 2 began 10 years ago in the city of Corpus Christi. And if you can imagine, 10 years ago, John Temez and Velda Temez, who've worked in this community for generations, oversized a line so they could build Kings Lake Phase 2. And they've been trying very hard to do so since this time. But this council has moved forward economic development in an unprecedented way in this community, and you've done so by moving forward with the selection of a new city manager in Peter Zanoni. And when he came to this community in May, you directed him to completely redesign how this community would grow in moving forward a new development services, a new utilities department, and we believe this is the very first important project that this council will move forward very aggressively today. It represents $300 million in economic development, and your city council unanimously voted to annex it back in November 19th. And the Texas Local Government Code directs staff to prepare a service plan for extension of municipal services. We have 100% of the support of the neighboring landowners, unanimous community support at the Planning Department public open house. You know the location is the 281 acres directly along the Oso Creek. And in order to protect the Oso Creek, the developer has sought sewer for 10 years to not utilize the septic system because he belongs from this community and he understands fundamentally what sewer would do along the Oso Creek. And we want to thank all of you, and in particular, Councilwoman Paulette Guajardo, for your leadership and your idea that we should build an Oso Creek hike and bike trail. And we are moving forward with that concept to create an Oso Creek hike and bike trail. We know that 50 acres will remain undeveloped, and we have proposed that site to serve as a regional water detention site that would address flooding. We know what is happening in the entire London area, that as impervious cover is coming up, that is threatening the Oso Creek. It is threatening the potential for flooding for the future of the south side of Corpus Christi, and we stand ready to assist with the creation of a regional water detention, and we are working closely with staff in relation to that. We also know that this land is deficient as a park serving area for the future of the city. We know so much of Corpus Christi is park rich, but this area is not. And so we'd like to propose the creation of the Temez Preserve, which will hold the land in place. So when this community is able to develop, you can. And I'll tell you, in the city of San Antonio, I know that you all know that I was a former member of the San Antonio City Council, but a long time generational resident of Corpus Christi as well. And what we did in San Antonio was we acquired Hardburger Park in the north side of San Antonio. And I'll tell you, it cost us $50 million. And you have a landowner today that is willing to work with this council to move forward in the protection of the Temez Preserve for all time. I know that John really would love to continue to hunt there for many years, but he also knows the reality that this community needs to preserve park space in the London area and the south side of Corpus Christi for all time. The proposed development is 500 to 1,000 homes, and again, it represents over $300 million of economic development for this community. And we are here today because you moved forward the new development services. You hired Peter Zanoni, who brought forward a brilliant staff led by Marco Rodriguez and Steve Vieira, and I'll tell you that staff has worked incredibly hard. Our project manager has been here until 6. Michael Johnson has worked so hard. I'll tell you, when he started returning my calls, I knew it was a new development services. And I appreciate so much Al Raymond and Michael Dice, and in particular, Dan McGinn and Gabriel Nahosa, who've worked so incredibly hard on this project, and they've had to work with me, and I've worked with a very sophisticated process, as you know, in San Antonio, so they've had to answer a lot of questions for me over very many months, as I know that that this council has really been so incredibly instrumental in moving forward economic development. And I hope that all the community learns what you are doing in moving forward this community. There's so many great stories to tell, and we believe this is the greatest story and the very first story coming out of the new Development Services Department. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them for you.
All right, well, Mr. Hunter, your lights on. All right, well, thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, and we appreciate your service. We know you're volunteers, and it's 6 o'clock. Thank you.
I've got them.
Mr. Smith?
Thanks. I'm a little bit dense. It's getting late, Dan. So on option one, how much coverage do we have that outside of the Temez property? Or is that for Gabriel?
What type of coverage, sir? Sorry.
In the basin. So we have that lift station located in the bottom corner with it. So without alteration, it can pick up the Temez property. What does it open it up?
Approximately 125 acres.
Above and beyond the Temez?
Oh, no, sir. It'll open as much as we want. I mean, it's going to require additional lift stations.
Well, okay, so we put in this $910,000 lift station. We know it can cover the Temez property. What else can that option one location cover?
Sky's the limit. Like I said, this will be the ultimate transfer lift station. It'll take all flows to Greenwood.
Yeah.
So depending on whatever boundary we select in the gravity line system, this will be the ultimate lift station to serve the area there on the east side of 286.
And option one, the preferred option?
I think in that phase one approach with the force main to into the residential area, that does have a limitation.
Yeah,
The
that's kind of what is that limitation?
The 125 acres.
So including the Temez property?
No, sir.
Okay, so the Temez property plus about 50% more than that. Yeah.
No, so the entire lift station on phase one will cover 125 acres total.
Well, the Temez property is a couple of hundred.
Correct. So it'll only serve about 2/3 of the Temez property.
Okay.
And that's the limitation of the system they're tying into. We cannot put any more of capacity basically into the existing system.
Because of the capacity on the gravity where you're pumping to.
Correct,
So
sir.
at that point in time, then you'll have to do a force to expand past that?
Yes, sir. So phase two will be going to Greenwood.
Okay.
And if I may, Councilman, this project has a 5 to 15 year build out.
Yeah.
With 600 to 1,000 homes. And so first phase would enable us to move forward. Sewer's first come, first serve as well, and we understand that. But this phase one allows for the beginning of the development. And we know that in Corpus Christi, it would take, at least 5 to 15 years to do a build out. And the first 125 acres would give us more than 600 homes.
So you're happy with that? That covers your current needs, and then the city's going to be printing dollars, and we'll finish it up after that.
Correct, sir.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think that you make a very valuable point in that building the tax base of this community is really what's at the heart of this development.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Okay, the property in question is 284 acres, of which 50 is that preserve, right?
It could be, yes.
Okay, I'm just going by what you had mentioned earlier. So 50 of which is preserved, so that leaves 234. You can only develop 125 of that 234, right? And then our hope is down the road that lift station gets built and goes to Greenwood. That's phase two.
Correct.
Right? And that would open up the 2,695 acres that is north of 2444.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Our plan would be to work a little bit closer on the technical details of how you would serve that yellow polygon area.
Mhm.
Gravity, it could be maybe additional couple smaller lift stations maybe that are pumping to this larger one.
Well, everything kind of travels towards the OSO,
Yeah,
right?
that's one of the lowest spots in this area. Was one of the reasons why we selected it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
I vote to approve.
Well,
Move
need
to
to
approve,
open,
not
just
vote.
open and close the public hearing.
Oh.
Mayor. We've just heard from the applicant, but we haven't opened the public hearing, closed it.
Open the public hearing. Anybody from Flower Bluff? No? All right. No, keep it. You go back and sit down.
It's late.
James Grabarczyk, 714 Oriole Street, Corpus Christi, formerly Flower Bluff. I just want to make a comment that I spent 5 years working on the UDC and a couple of years working on Plan 2035. This should have been the very first property. It met all the criteria of Plan 2035 with an oversized line put in by the original developer who's still here. And why there's ever been a question of why this wasn't done 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. This was the very first property that should have crossed the Oso. It's been needed. We need more lots. We had it there. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Well, you got a new sheriff and posse in town, so we're moving
Yeah.
forward.
I'm glad we do.
Okay, and I think they had that public hearing one night when we had a city council meeting or something, got out late and they were all out in the hall or something going. Yeah, and I heard several comments from the Dodsons and all those out there. They, one, were appreciative of having the opportunity to come to the meeting, and two, they were very supportive of what was being proposed, so that's a good sign. Okay, is there a motion and second then to?
Get a close.
Oh, yeah.
here.
Move to approve.
Second.
Somebody else knows.
Close the public hearing. There's nothing to approve, is there?
Yep, there's an ordinance before you, Mayor. There sure is.
All right, it's adopting the plan. Okay. Motion and second. It is late. Huh?
Sorry. To Gil, okay, we'll do. Gotcha.
Well, y'all want to fight it out just right down here? Well, arm wrestle. Okay, there's a motion. Who made the motion? All right.
Ms. Fajardo.
All right, at large made a motion, 5 seconded it. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, 45 is done. All right, well, y'all don't need to leave. Hey, it's after 6, it's free. Okay, item 47, ordinance amending chapter 50.
Mayor, you want to take 47 through 50 on one vote, or
Oh, these are first opportunities?
they're first readings? We usually take them, we can take them all in one vote unless somebody wants to pull one. Okay. So Mr. Hunter wants to pull 49,
Yeah, and I'm going to abstain from 49.
and you're abstaining. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, either way.
All right, and not pulling it, but just recognizing that 48 is the grant from the Ed Rochelle Foundation for the area, that's around the Lamar School, right?
Right, that's correct. And that's
Yeah.
still good to go.
They're, I'm telling you, these folks are stepping up to the plate to try to help our community.
They sure are.
So,
Yeah, great foundation. We're lucky they're here.
And then the fish pond, that's number 50. That's simply taking a building downtown, renovating it, and kind of bringing it up to date, and they're moving the people to a new location while they do that, right?
Yeah, if they have to build a new location, then they'll move the folks out of the downtown
Right.
location. Once that's vacated, then they'll rehab that one.
That's great.
Yeah, it's real good. We toured it yesterday, and the downtown one needs some rehabbing for sure, right?
All
But
right,
it's a
and-
great
and-
project. The developer's here in the audience from Austin. He's doing a lot
Okay.
of work in Corpus Christi. We're glad he's here.
And as I was reading the thing, it's all on kind of a reimbursement kind of a setup, right?
Right, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Oh, well, this is great. Okay, anybody else have any, who wanted to pull something?
Number
I'm going to
49.
abstain from item
All right,
49.
let's do, I need a motion in the favor of item 47, 48, 50.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and second for 47, 48, and 50. Any comments out? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, item 49 for discussion, and the record reflect Councilman Medina
Are you going to hand it
is
out now?
excusing himself.
Mr. Hunter, can you turn on your microphone?
We have a $400,000 difference in the bids, and 3 of them are around 100K, and then one's at 500,000. I was just wondering what happened.
Good question. They all saw it quite a bit different. We had actually bid it twice. The first time we bid it, we only got one bid, and it was really high. And then we bid it again, and we were at least relieved that the bids came back down. But I think they had various degrees of interest. Some of them thought more work needed to be done on it than what we wanted to have done on it. So that may be why you see such a
Okay.
huge discrepancy.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yes.
that's
We
very
had
large.
one that
That's
was
what I
what-
was wondering. That just looked, out of the ordinary, and
Right.
but I guess so 500,000. What did they say that they thought was wrong?
Some of them were wanting us
thought-
to replace like the structural beams and things like that.
reinforced titanium steel. and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
They wanted to do
I
a
was
lot
just checking.
more than what we could afford to have done.
That's all I had. That's the only question. I just
Okay,
was
yeah.
really interested.
All right, anybody
Move
else?
to approve.
All right, there's a motion. Second? Did we get a
Mr.
second?
Fajardo seconded.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further questions on, or discussion on item 49? Any public comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and for the record, Mr. Molina abstained from that. We've done 51. We've had our executive session on 52. Anybody got any identify future agenda items? Hearing none. We're adjourned.